Well, happy Sunday, Islanders and beyond. Welcome to the Isle of Madness, Chaos. I don't even know what to say anymore. I hope you guys are all having a good Sunday. We have been doing house chores and laundry and groceries and, all the typical things that all of us do on Sundays to get back into the week. I hope you guys are having a good day and have taken some time to do something for yourselves this weekend and disconnect from this chaotic place that we call YouTube. But we are going to hop right in and talk about Bullhorn Beddy's epic failure of a live stream once again today. So, without further ado, let me play this intro and let's get going. I might have to redo that intro and get the other two cats in the picture because only 3 of them are in that picture, I just realized. But I've been asked to do the whole song. It's a great song. It's only a 3-minute song, but I like short intros. That's just how I roll. So maybe I'll think about it. Maybe I'll do a little update. That one took me like 4 minutes to throw together, a couple minutes. So maybe I will play with it a little bit and see. But I just don't like you guys having to sit there through all of that. Okay, let me go back up here really quick and say hello really quick to everybody. Hey, Pika. Pika, we got to close the door somehow. Close the door. Y'all, the chaos out here. When we're done with this, I might do just a quick little run through of some of the chaotic BS of what's upcoming this next week. But I tell you what, I can't even keep up. There's just, it is impossible to keep up with the misinformation at this point and the insanity from the quote unquote team or the army side of things. Like, it is absolutely out of control. One other thing before I get into saying hello to everybody else, Peek and I were texting earlier, so that's what made me think of all this stuff. So the lady we spoke about last night from Electronic Medium is responding to my comments on videos. She's responding to you guys. You can talk to her if you would like to, but just know that I am completely ignoring her. She's not getting blocked over here for a reason. Just documenting as we go, but please do not encourage her to do anything to her neighbors. That's one thing I would ask. Even if you highly dislike me, I am not her neighbor. But I am a little worried about her neighbor and her behavior because it is evolving quickly. So just please, proceed with caution. Okay. Connie, hello. Rondi, hello. Mystic Butterfly, Sue's Bow, Whispers in the Shadow, Rocky, Dazed and Amazed, Steph, Catherine, Tebow, LFT, Sophia, Jilly, Eeny Weeny Teeny Bikini, Amy Ohio, Teresa, Petty AF, Hindsight's 2020. Sophia, Cranky. Wanderlusting. Yeah, you might want your helmets on. Denise. Little Horses. Crimes Have Consequences. Banana Pug. True Friends. Only 2 days of school this week. Yeah, we only have 2 also. Hey Fairy Meadows. Captain Mother. Toots. Yeah, you're doing the same thing I've been doing. Jenny's Mixed Journals. Diana. Me. Sharon. Hello from Canada. Rhonda Good. Well, hello to Canada from the United States. Connie. Y'all, I'm sitting out here. Pretty soon we'll have to move to my office, and we'll have to do that for a few months while it gets a little bit cooler here. But right now I'm enjoying being outside in shorts and t-shirts still. Hey, Kathy R. Toe Beans. Beddy is a hot mess. For sure. Tuesday's Dead. New Leaf. CLK. Crimson Moon. Tammy. Revival. Oh no, you caught my cold. I'm sorry. Right before. Oh, Revival. I'm sorry. I gave it to you. I gave you it virally. Oh, I'm already cheeky today. This is probably going to evolve into a shit show. Amanda. Grammy's Place. Snazzy Trinkets. Oh yeah, I'm not going to change the song for sure. I'll just change some of the graphics and maybe have the longer version available. Snowflake. Ooh, Toe Beans. That's a good idea. I could do the whole song as the outro. Syndicane. Carrie. I love this song for sure. It was super fitting. Yeah, you guys are right, Tracy. I agree with that. And hello. What song is it? It's called Bad Girl. I use it. I buy it from Licked. I use the one by, let me tell you who it is again. Give me a second. I can never remember the guy's name. One moment. It's in my description. It's in my description. I can't remember what the guy's name is off the top of my head. You can also search for it and it pops up like the original artist too. Amy, remind me in a little bit and I'll go grab it for you. David James is who I use it through. I bought the rights from Licked. Mother of Two Boys, Blondini, Blank Slate, Lurker, Peppermint Tea, Flower Nana, Michigan Wifey, Vivian, Smiles, Stonefly. Yeah, probably a good idea not to try and keep up. Hey, Lisa, Miss W, Helen. Oh, there's been so much popping off. Oh my gosh. It's crazy. Yeah, Wanderlusting. It's like, nah. Midnight Shadow. She's like, you got me 300 new subs overnight, ma'am. I don't think I did that for you, but I'm sure there's an app that you probably got them for yourself. Hey, Sherry. And hey, if that's the case, have fun. You can't claim that we're harming your business at all, can you? Dreads for Life. Connie, I saw you before. SS. Terry. Hey, Megan. Donna. Kells. Mercedes Girl. Just Grammy. Lovey. Wishful Thinking. Marcy. Moy. Bubbles. Lucy. Bama Trucker. My Michelle. Don't intimidate us, right? So freaking weird. This shit's so weird. This app has gotten weirder and weirder. Petty, it should be available. I don't know. Hey, Janice. Hope your day's good. T. Chatty. Convict to Counselor. Yeah, we're going to get into Beddy's live. But in true nonsense fashion, I'm going to fill in the gaps of a few things with, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have about 10 different clips or 10 different things that I want to inlay through this just to kind of reminder things. I don't know if we'll get through them all, but I'm ready to go. No, blank slate. So some of them are on that app specifically. Some of them, once you buy the rights to it, it's unlimited. It just depends. Like if it's the popular songs, it's usually a one-use thing that you can buy and they're pretty expensive. Or you can buy the lower like redos of the music and then it's unlimited access. Thank you, Kathy R. Let's see. Mickey, Angel of Virtue, Brit Focus, Shauna, Sovereign Empire of Island, Titan, Aries. I gotta have it like, I'm gonna have to do some dun 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 with that name or something. Candy Wrapper, nope, not today. Nope, not today. They don't. There's no way they sleep. Hey, Shopaholic. And it is hard to keep up with them. Hey, Stella. It is super hard. I'll show you guys a little rundown of what I've been doing. Hey, Skip, just today, like as I was doing chores, keeping up and trying to like, oh, it's a mess. Mimi of 8. Now you guys know why I have notebooks and notes and all this other shit. Hey, Cat's Eye. Let me make sure I said hello to pretty much everybody so we can go. Okay, so if you are new here, hey, Jamie, hey, Autumn. If you are new here, please understand the comments. I'm usually on another screen, and this is going to be one of those ones that I'm on multiple other screens. I will try to check back in the comments quite a bit. Please feel free to ask your questions. The mods usually are really good about answering questions or people in the chat, though they are great with the discussion in the chat. It's not that I don't want to interact with you guys. It's just it's hard to be on all these different screens and inlay stuff as we're going through this and keep up with the chat. So please don't take it personally that I'm ignoring your comments or your questions as we go. I will try to catch as much as possible, but I'm usually on another screen. So with that said, hey, Beer Can Island, T, Jenna Jean, Tallulah Bell, JC, Turtleloo, Airy. Oh, Airy. We've got Airy. We've got, instead of Wilson, now we've got the side of his face. So we went from the forehead, the bottom, to now the side profile. I was telling Kyle, I was like, this is ridiculous. Like, this is not really what's happening, is it? It sure is. Hey, Emily. Hey, Nature Rocks. All right. Hey, Kels. Okay. Ready to go. Let's go. Let's go. We are going to bed with Beddy. That sounds just horrible.
Because it's Sunday. It's Sunday. And we got baby Delilah, nicely, freshly water fed and all the good stuff that comes with owning a little puppy.
I have not done that yet. I have not come on here in my pajamas yet. Maybe I'll have to try it. It seems like a thing, in bed in pajamas. Well, I guess I don't really wear pajamas either. I've sat in bed with you guys, like, and talked to you guys, but this is weird. Like, this is weird.
She's right here. She was crying. I was going to go live, and then she started whimpering at the door, and she said, "No, Mommy, you can't go live without me. I need to sit next to you." Good morning. I don't know why my throat is. I haven't even had my first cup of coffee yet. I'm having it right now in my crime fighting Delilah mug.
Oh,
Sonia has these on stock. Christmas is coming up.
Yeah, anybody wants that for a Christmas present, I can just see all the lists with, I would like a Bullhorn Betty coffee mug. It's what I've always wished for. Oh my God.
Put it on your Christmas wish list.
Oh yeah.
Put it on your Christmas wish list. Good morning, Seth. Good morning. So I'm not sure, Seth, if you want to get here. I'm a little raw this morning. I got to be honest with you. It's a Sunday. Forgive me. Jesus, forgive me. It's a Sunday. We're going to be praying after this, but I'm telling you, I'm about to drag somebody.
Oh, you're about to drag somebody. No, you're not. No, you're not. For anybody that doesn't know either, I was one of probably the most critical channels against Trevor Lee in the beginning of this, because of his involvement. So I do feel some sort of way about this because Trevor Lee took, in my opinion, again, accountability for what he involved himself in and has done the right thing and tried to move himself completely away from it, distance himself. But one thing you can't take away from Trevor Lee is the fact that he is a young man who has the heart for the missing. He made a few missteps, but he corrected those. He took accountability for them. And I'll be damned if people like this clown do shit like this. I have a soft spot for Trevor Lee. He's the same age as my daughter. And the way he took my criticism and came back, I have so much respect for that young man. He is going to do great things in his life. And that is a prime example of we can make mistakes, take accountability, and still do amazing things. And Trevor, I have full hope in.
About to drag somebody hard, and I'm going to take a bus and run over them on top of that. Good morning, Mr. and Mrs. Car Guy. It's nice to see you. Who's all in the chat? That's all, Seth. Melinda, me and you, the givers and the takers. Yeah, I love that. Yes, true. Outer Banks, nice to see you. Our beautiful River's in the house. It's nice to see you, River. I hope you're doing well this morning. Melanie, our beautiful, excuse me, I was going to call you beautiful Seth. Our beautiful Seth Rogers is in the house.
Oh my God, the cackle.
No pun intended. Denise, it's nice to see you. Dixie, good morning. Laura, I said hi to Mr. and Mrs. Car Guy. It's nice to see you guys. Patty, Stephanie, Peggy, it's nice to see you. Jackie, Melanie, True Crime Addict. Yeda's up in the house. It's nice to see you, Love Bud. Nanny needs is Zanny. I didn't see nothing. It's a Sunday. I didn't see nothing. I'm going to be the see no evil, hear no evil, speak no evil. No, I'm about to speak some evil now. Somebody just let's bow our heads and pray before we get started this morning.
Yeah, she's taking us to church. This is the trage evangelist at play.
Please, Lord, please let Betty's lips be calm. Let Betty's lips be calm this morning. Laura, Jessica, Anna, good morning. Danielle, it's nice to see you.
The funny thing is Betty can't drag anybody at all. She fails miserably. Like, I was embarrassed for her that she thought that she had some sort of win on this.
Melissa, Suzanne, it's nice to see you this morning. Dee's mystery obsessed. It's nice to see you, my love. Cast an image. Astrology for mystics. Hopefully my astrology is lining up to be very careful this morning because I'm hot and it's not from the coffee. Okay. It's not from the coffee and it's not from my beautiful Delilah.
It's definitely not the term that I would use for you. Hot, but okay. Temperature wise, maybe you feel like you're boiling inside. Maybe you should go to a doctor and have that checked out. Petty, thank you for becoming a member. Welcome to the cabana. Welcome back to the cabana.
And I got to tell you, something burnt my grits this morning. And we're going to light it up. 7-Up. It's nice to see you.
Not burnt grits. Lady
7-Up. Linda, good morning. Lisa. Janice. Wow, I missed over a couple of people. I'm sorry. SPED teacher. Good gracious. I just moved right along. Jessica, good morning. Paula, Tina. We've already got 178 people, so I'll say a few more. Mary, Gigi, Dixie, only being Chris, 2 months member. Nice to see you. Welcome to, I would say welcome, but you've already been part of. Now you're moving up to the padded room. So I got to go get you a special jacket to wear. Good morning, everyone. It's nice to see you. It's nice to see you this morning. So as many of you know, we're covering the case of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
Who the fuck is we, Betty? Who is we? We're covering the, sorry. It is Sunday. This is my form of church. And I'm going to cuss a lot. Okay. I know some of my people in the chat say they love Jesus, but they cuss a lot or a little. I cuss a lot. Okay. So buckle up.
And he's a 15-year-old boy that disappeared from inside his locked home with allegedly only his mother and has not been heard or seen from by a third party since February 25th around 6:30 p.m. It's
incorrect again. If you look at the flyers, it says February 26th. Also, if you go back to the Web Sleuths interview with Chloe, who was in capacity of Seth Rogers, there was obvious video of Sebastian taking the trash out later in the evening after they left Texas Roadhouse. But okay, Betty, carry on.
He went home, hung out in his bedroom until around 9. He went to bed. Mom was falling asleep on the couch an hour later. Somewhere between the time that she laid on the couch to fall asleep to the time she finally got her butt up and went to bed, she heard some kind of noise. Okay, it went from a thump to I can't remember. It was a noise to
a thud,
to a thump to a thud. We don't know what it was, if anything. The story's changed multiple times, but the thud.
She also asked if he was okay. He responded yes. So there's that.
It seems to have interjected itself around March, middle of March. And don't know if it's true or not true. All I know is that the people that are saying the story have been caught in a lot of misinformation, a lot of inconsistent statements, and many times flat out lies. So,
oh, people like you yourself? No, couldn't be a thing though, could it? Yeah, we're going to see some examples of that coming up.
I don't know what's true, what's not true. I'm not going to speculate on either or. Yeah, I probably will. Another time, another place. But at the beginning of this case, there was a team of people that basically, I want to call them leeches, right? This case came up and all of a sudden they're flooding to Seth. I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you, right? I'm going to help you. Give me just a second. I'll be right back.
A team of leeches that were going to help him. They volunteered to help this man search for his son, and they're considered leeches.
I'm going to help you. I'm going to help you. Oh, good gracious. And then there were some things that turned, It appeared that these people weren't doing right by Seth or Sebastian. And so Seth kind of distanced himself from these people, smartly so.
That's not quite how it happened, but we're going to let her talk a little bit before I bring up the actual things that happened.
One of these people is Trevor Lee. Trevor Lee, many of you guys know, I doted upon Trevor Lee for a very long time. Since the Summer Wells case, he was just a sweet boy that appeared that he wanted to do the right thing by missing person cases. And he has always rose above the drama and all of this other stuff. Well, then he decided to date a married woman, and God knows what happened there.
Again, there is absolutely no proof of any of that. And she has nothing to back up what she's saying. So she takes everybody to these personal accusations because she has no bearing to what she's going to talk about. Let me give you an example of what I'm talking about. She has been in a news article in regards to Sebastian's case. Let me show you one example of that. Okay.
A missing teen's mother claims she's being stalked and falsely accused by a YouTuber. So now she's taking legal action. Good evening and welcome to News 2 at 6. I'm Bob Mueller. 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers disappeared 5 months ago from his family's home in Hendersonville. The teen's mother has been granted a temporary order of protection against a Florida YouTuber by the name of Bullhorn Beddy. Well, tonight, News 2's Caitlin Quisenberry sat down and spoke with the influencer.
Sebastian Rogers has not been seen since February 25th. Since then, the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, along with several other agencies, searched for a little over a week before officials said they were scaling back to focus their efforts on the investigative side. YouTubers and TikTokers nationwide have covered nearly every step. But now, Sebastian's mom, Katie Proudfoot, indicates it's gone too far. In a legal filing for an order of protection, Katie says Andrea Griffin, also known by her YouTube name of Bullhorn Beddy, accused the family of harming their son while, quote, inciting the public and her followers to aid her in stalking. Katie calls the YouTuber, quote, dangerous. Andrea tells me she has not received the temporary order of protection, but claims she has not done anything illegal.
That's because she was hiding from being served, as we all witnessed, based on what she was even showing publicly of her behavior.
Is from her, then that's absolutely a falsehood. They can go and look at all my lives. My lives never come down off my channel. Driving on a public property on public road with a camera hanging out, there's nothing unlawful about that. That happened over a month ago. It was when it's the only time I've been in the Hendersonville area.
The questions of this case are becoming more and more.
Andrea says her main goal is to provide informational content to the public and to help find Sebastian. She tells me these accusations are just a distraction.
I don't like the drama on the channel and the
Oh, wait. She doesn't like the drama on her channel? Did she say this in a news interview? Say it ain't so. But again, I just want to give you a reminder of Beddy in the news, right? Because I'm going to give you a reminder of Trevor Lee in the news. Again, when you don't have something, you go to these low blows that have zero backing or substance to them, which might be a little embarrassing for Beddy. Beddy is in the news for stalking and harassing the parents of a missing child. Remember that.
The more I resist the drama and keep it focused about Sebastian, the more these distractions keep coming up. This is all about Sebastian Rogers, Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. It's not about Seth Rogers. It's not about Katie Proudfoot. It's not about Christopher Proudfoot. It's about where is Sebastian Rogers and how can we bring him home?
A court-ordered hearing is set for August 8th at the Sumner County Courthouse. Each of Bullhorn Betty's YouTube videos will be summarized for the DA's office,
in which they were, of course, granted, and she will be going to court again in the beginning of January for 6 violations of those orders of protection.
Until that time, a temporary restraining order says Andra cannot stalk or come within 100 feet of Katie or her home. In Nashville, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
All right. So that is a reminder of Beddy in the news. Well, let's take a look at Trevor Lee in the news. I think you're going to see a stark contrast. Pretty interesting if you ask me. You ready to go? All right, let's go.
Since 15-year-old Sebastian Rogers went missing in Hendersonville. Today, the TBI released a statement on the search. It reads in part, quote, April 26 marks 2 months since Sebastian Rogers was reported missing from his Sumner County home. Since that time, TBI special agents from multiple units have been assisting the Sumner County Sheriff's Office in efforts to locate Sebastian. To date, there have been no confirmed sightings of Sebastian since the issuance of the alert. TBI special agents continue to review the information gathered since the investigation began, follow up on all leads or tips that come in, and work with counterparts from other law enforcement agencies to review strategies and consider options. The Amber Alert for Sebastian Rogers remains active. Tonight, a prayer vigil is being held in Sebastian's honor. Peyton Kennedy is live at Hendersonville Memorial Park with more on the event, bringing the community together.
And Akel, that event is called Light the Path for Sebastian.
What a beautiful news segment about the missing child. Not about stalking and harassing the parents of the missing child. Kind of a stark contrast so far, huh?
Bridge will be lit up in green. It's Sebastian's favorite color, and it's meant to symbolize a safe pathway home for Sebastian to his family here in Hendersonville. There will be a prayer vigil. It will last silently for 2 minutes and 26 seconds. That mirrors the date that Sebastian was reported missing, February 26th. One of the organizers of this event says it's an opportunity for Sumner County residents to stand together in solidarity and stand in unwavering support of Sebastian's family.
We do believe that Sebastian is alive, and we do believe that God's going to bring him home. We're going to be praying for our law enforcement because they have a hard task. This is not easy, just day in and day out searching for anyone, but definitely a teenager. And so we're going to be praying for them, praying for the family.
I got another one too, but this was the segue.
Praying for the volunteers.
This is one of several prayer vigils for Sebastian that she has been a part of, and I'm told there are more to come if need be. But tonight's event starts at 7:30. Live in Hendersonville, Peyton.
Guess who was a part of some of these vigils? Trevor Lee. Trevor Lee was. Guess who was on the ground trying to make a difference? Trevor Lee. Trevor Lee was. Guess who's quoted in this article? Hold on. Let me go here. Hold on. Let me make sure. Okay. I got the screen right. Look at this right here in this article. During a press conference afterwards, Sumner County Chief Deputy Eric Craddock said there was been no evidence pointing to foul play in Sebastian's disappearance, but they are not ruling anything out. There's a real lack of answers, and the truth is nobody knows where he is. I see his family hurting. I see a community trying to rally around this boy," said volunteer Trevor Lee. Oh, wait. Beddy in the news stalking and harassing the family of the missing child. Trevor Lee quoted in an article as a volunteer helping the family. Kind of a stark contrast right there, isn't that? Just a little reminder of who they are, even in the news.
But that married woman got kicked off Seth's team because she wasn't doing her job. Her name is Chloe.
And there is a other article where he's actually on camera talking.
And then all of a sudden, poor boy, Trevor, heart, just wanting to do right by his lady, decides to be the man and stick up for her and hang out with the likes of JLR, which we know has interjected more disinformation in this case than anybody else. So as a friend.
Oh, really? JR has interjected more misinformation, but you used him as a source in his Facebook group, and you threw an absolute shit fit when you got your badge removed out of his Facebook group, and then you got booted out of his Facebook group. But are you acknowledging that he was a source of misinformation that you used for the entire first part of your inserting yourself? Oh, sure you are.
And I'm a very blunt friend. Many know I'm just a blunt person. What you see is kind of what you get. So I call him up and I'm like, or I text him or whatever, however. And I'm like, you need to get away from these people. They're going to ruin your reputation, right? They're going to ruin your reputation. And he's, basically blew me off. He knows better. He knows better. I never thought I would see the day that Trevor Lee would interfere with trying to find out information on a case and literally hurt a victim and his innocent father. But the day has come. Like I knew he had made the turn.
But she can't prove that he's done anything to hurt the father.
I distanced myself from him. I wanted nothing more to do with him. I really don't talk about him too much because, he's just a nobody at this point. He used to be good at what he did. And now, like, even people in Tennessee don't want nothing, like they're missing kids and they don't want nothing to do with him. And I tried to warn him that this would end up happening. Now I'm going to put him on a spotlight because he thinks he's crafty being around his little cesspool of misfits and disgusting, vile people. And that mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Rogers' group, which still thrives and exists while they're making money trashing Seth Rogers. Okay, yes, Facebook does pay you when you have these groups. This group has a large number. Those people are being paid. Okay, they're being paid to continue this stuff. Okay. So one of our beautiful.
Oh, really? Where's the proof, Beddy? Your words aren't going to work anymore.
People here decided to say, hey, this, I cannot believe he's saying this. And I looked at it, and of course, I am just floored. So we have been working diligently around the clock because we feel, at least for my purview, and it sounds like the father, Seth Rogers, which is in this chat, I'm not going to speak on his behalf. He can say whatever he wants to say. But from what I see, it seems like he is awfully frustrated with law enforcement's handling of his son's investigation from the beginning to today. Okay. Just something I get. I'm not speaking on his behalf. Don't know if that's how he feels in his heart, but it seems to me that that's how he feels. He feels that his son was disadvantaged by law enforcement, and law enforcement has not explained how they're going to fix this issue. It definitely appears that at some point, law enforcement was looking very heavily at Seth Rogers, yet did no forensic testing inside his home. God knows, if you think somebody did something, why would you not test for it? I'm just saying.
Which even Nick Barris has confirmed that testing was done. But again, it's Beddy's words. Beddy just has to try to continue to spin and spin and spin any narrative she can because she has nothing to back up what anything that comes out of her mouth.
Very simple to do. It's very labor intensive, very expensive. But hey, this is a 15-year-old autistic, medically needy boy that disappeared by unusual circumstances because the kid did not elope. He didn't run away from home. He didn't have the propensity to run away from home. So how in the world did he run away from home without taking a damn thing, even his shoes? Does it make sense to normal people? So after having the smoke blowed up the butt of the public by law enforcement, people like me and others decided to do our own independent investigative reporting and dive into this case and find out what gives. What can we find? We're not getting any information. Law enforcement can't, if we're not breaking the law, they can't interfere, even though they do. But this really takes the cake. We're trying to find any information. We have paid private investigators. We've got people that are working around the clock.
Once again, acknowledging that she is a part of the team the part of the team. My term would be medically complex. She uses medically needy, which is not correct, but it's Beddy per usual.
We have teams of people doing ground searches. We have teams of people behind the scenes doing computer searches, computer work, intelligence gathering, all of this stuff to find answers because a father is desperate to find his son that hasn't been seen or heard from in 9 months. Seems pretty reasonable. Seems pretty reasonable. There's not too many families that I know that wouldn't want to pull out all the stops to try to find their child when their child has been missing. But this punk, and I'm going to call him a punk, this unprofessional punk is once again, because he has his feelings hurt. This is why you don't use unprofessional people dubbed as professionals in helping, because they end up doing this childish ass nonsense right here. God forgive me.
Oh, it's childish ass nonsense. Is that what this is called? So, before Beddy misleads anybody, let me read you Trevor Lee's post from Facebook. I will read it to you verbatim so she cannot twist it in any way, shape, or form. Trevor Lee, 18 hours ago, says, please do not send tips or photos from this restaurant to At Night Media. They are offering rewards for photos in the restaurant Sebastian Rogers ate at the day leading up to his disappearance. This is a group Dog the Bounty Hunter is working with. They are not law enforcement agency in any capacity. One of their employees and talking heads, Nick the Hat, has been ordered. He puts his full name, but I can't pronounce it. So there's that. Has been ordered by the PA Parole Board to not communicate with law enforcement at all. Dog the Bounty Hunter is a bounty hunter, not an investigator of missing persons. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office, TBI, FBI, and Secret Service have been and are currently investigating this case. And if they find any evidence to be relevant, they'll obtain it themselves without trying to pay people like a TMZ company such as At Night is trying to do. Report any tips to the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, TBI, or your local FBI office. Sebastian Strong. Then he includes a picture of their request for information, videos, and stuff from the Texas Roadhouse with the offering of $500 to $5,000. And then he includes the special conditions of parole of Nick the Hats. We looked at that. Well, we talked about that during the filing. If you want to see this, again, it's on Trevor Lee's Facebook page. Please feel free to go see that. Okay, I'm going to let her talk a little bit more before we go further.
Trevor, sit your little boy butt down, take your ass back to your damn trailer or wherever the hell you came from, and shut the pie hole. Because
what is it? What is the trailer? What are you trying to do here, Betty? You couldn't be trying to shame people that live in a trailer, could you? Especially in this economy, people have a roof over their home or their heads. This couldn't be a wonderful advocate, right? A victim's advocate trying to shame somebody over where they live. Oh, Betty, speaking of professionalism, that wouldn't be something you would do, is it?
Because you are ruining yourself. You are ruining your own reputation. Nobody will ever work with you again. And God knows I will remind anybody and everybody that uses you or brings your name up. I am going to take all of this and show them. So what you're
And you don't have any credibility to begin with. So if anybody believes you, there's a problem from jump.
doing now because of hurt feelings will follow you for the years to come.
I think what's going to follow you is the fact that you made the news for stalking and harassing the parents of a missing child, like I just showed. Trevor Lee, on the other hand, made the news for being a volunteer helping to attempt to find the missing child. Stark contrast, isn't there, Betty?
And trust me, Bullhorn Betty will make that a reality.
Oh, Bets. You having a bad morning here, puffing that chest?
Let's read what this Yahoo, this idiot, this unprofessional little boy is saying. Please do not send tips or photos from this restaurant to At Night Media. It's not At Night Media. It's At Night Intelligence Agency.
It is actually At Night Media. they try to put this intelligence agency when there is no intellectual anything coming out of that agency whatsoever besides some misinformed rumors. But I'm so excited that she walks into all of this that she's about to do, because it gives me the opportunity of pulling up all this.
They are offering rewards for photos in the restaurant Sebastian Rogers ate at the day leading to his disappearance. Sounds like a reasonable request. Sounds like stuff that many people do. This is the group Dog the Bounty Hunter is working with. Yes, Dog the Bounty Hunter, not little Trevor Lee, unknown little punk that has nothing good anymore. Whatever good bone he had, he needs to go back to church. He has been corrupted. He has walked away from God. This right here is one of the wolf in sheep clothing, because we sat here and helped him all the way back to Summer Wells get his name for his prayer circles. Where's your damn prayer circles now, little boy?
Do you think that's insulting to call him a little boy? That young man has accomplished more in his lifetime. He is helping change laws. All you have accomplished is breaking laws. You've got a rap sheet. Well, he's got a complete reference sheet. He's got references. You've got a rap sheet. I mean, comparisons again are quite stark.
What, God doesn't exist anymore? Today's Sunday. Today's a great day to walk your butt back to church. And while you're at it, maybe talk to the preacher man. Have him pray over you. What you're doing is wrong. They are not law enforcement agency in any capacity, nor have they ever claimed to. It's Dog the Bounty Hunter, a worldwide name that has collected and captured over 10,000 fugitives and other people. A hell of a lot better than some likes of Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
Do you know what the source of that 10,000 captures happens to be? Dog the Bounty Hunter. Dog the Bounty Hunter is the source of that number 10,000.
Just saying. A lot more experience. Maybe the sheriff's office don't like that. Maybe this little punk doesn't like that.
Oh, now he's a little punk, huh?
Too bad. So sad. Not my problem. Not my problem at all.
What's up with the hair, Beddy?
One of their employees and talking head, Nick the Hat, has been ordered by PA Parole Board not to communicate with law enforcement at all. He doesn't need to. It's a whole organization, dum-dum.
Oh, it's a whole organization. What? Hong, the guy that walks around in a cemetery talking about his $1,000 pair of shoes? Part of the organization? The guy that claims that somebody mysterious approached his house. They have him on video. They have a ring camera footage. It's included in the exhibits, but you know what they don't have? A police report. The guys in the agency that completely post riddle after riddle after riddle, that whole organization. Oh, okay. Oh, all right. And none of them have set foot in Tennessee, where Trevor Lee has actually been in Tennessee searching for days and days on end, helping this family. But they're running it remotely from Pennsylvania, right? Oh, I forgot. There's all these 20 plus assets on the ground that mysteriously exist, right? Carry on, Beddy.
It's a whole organization. At least it's better than you sleeping around with a married woman.
And again, what he does in his free time is none of our business. I don't think that's probably what is going on, but even if it was, none of your business, and doesn't discredit him in any way, shape, or form, has nothing to do with what he is doing for missing children. Why are you so bothered? You haven't even gotten out of your bed yet. Maybe if you could find somebody that would actually want to sleep with you, you might not be so dried up and crusty there, Bets.
Along with her other 15 boyfriends. Just saying, Trevor, you're not the only one.
And like anybody takes anything you say as facts. You don't even take yourself seriously. That's why you had to cover your face with the coffee mug, because you have no backing to anything you say.
That's why I don't fish in other people's pond there, dum-dum.
No, Betty, nobody's fishing in your ponds. period. It's like the dried up sea. Nobody's tuna fishing over there.
Just saying, not playing. Dog the Bounty Hunter is a bounty hunter, not an investigator. What do you think a bounty hunter does? Not an investigator of missing people.
This is the knee slapper. Look at her, how excited she is. They're bets. Let's let her get this out before I ruin her day.
This guy's a fucking joke.
You know who's a joke? Well, carry on. I'll show him.
Oh, good gracious. I didn't mean, I should have read this before I went live. I'm sorry. That caught me off guard. I'm sorry. Let me read this again. Dog the Bounty Hunter is a bounty hunter, not an investigator of missing people. What does a bounty hunter do? Don't they investigate and find missing people?
Nope, they don't. But carry on.
Usually fugitives.
Yep. Okay. A missing person case investigator is not the same as a bounty hunter. While both may involve finding people, a missing person investigator focuses on locating individuals who are missing without any legal obligation to appear in court. Whereas a bounty hunter specifically tracks down individuals who have skipped bail and are considered fugitives from justice, often working for a bail bondsman to recover the bail money. Key differences: a missing person investigator looks for anyone who is missing, including runaways, victims of kidnapping, or people with dementia, while a bounty hunter only seeks out individuals who have violated bond conditions. And there's usually money attached to it. Missing persons investigators typically do not have the same legal authority to apprehend individuals as bounty hunters, who may be authorized to make arrests in certain situations. Missing persons investigators are often hired by family members or law enforcement agencies, while bounty hunters are primarily employed by bail bond companies. Research is hard. Right, Joneson? And thank you for the support. I cannot with the creepy fake laugh. It's scary as fuck. Yeah, she really thought she was doing something, but this is where I'm going to let it play a little further, and I love this for her.
Oh, good gracious.
Oh, good
the stupid on this boy. I don't think you can wash it off with soap and water. I'm sorry. A bounty hunter that's captured over 10,000 people apparently doesn't find missing people.
Well, let's talk about what TMZ. Well, actually, let's talk about what the Independent says first about Dog the Bounty Hunter. So Dog the Bounty Hunter has tried to get his name into other missing persons cases. You might recognize some of the names. Since she thinks that he finds all these missing people and they keep quoting that he's found all these missing people, let's look at articles around that. This is from August 18th, 2022. Oh, let's play this video. That might be fun. Oh, it's going to add, of course. Hold on. Let's get through the ad. I love when Beddy acts like this, truly. Let's turn the volume on. It's all the way up. Okay. Let's make sure you guys can see it. All right. Cleverly, everywhere I looked, the source of that number is Dog the Bounty Hunter himself. For those of you that might not recognize this is Dog the Bounty Hunter in front of the Laundry's home in Florida. The volume's all the way up too. It's kind of muffled, but you'll get more in a minute.
Last time I seen them was before they went on their trip. Yeah. They were in the driveway. They were on that van. Hold on, guys.
What impressive skills he's got for a door knocker. Oh my gosh, those skills are just like impressive. I'm just waiting for the hey, you guys. Is this the best side of me? I'm sure that's what he's thinking. Are you getting the hair? Do I look tough with my hands on my hips?
Why are you looking for them?
We can't talk right now. I'm sorry.
Can you tell us why you're here, sir?
Well, really, come on. You know. Okay? Aloha, guys. Thank you.
Do you have any tips?
I'm trying to get some.
Do you have any tips? Oh,
strengthen your personal brand.
Hold on. Let's go
Boost
back.
your work reputation.
Oh, shut it.
Grammarly Pro combines AI writing assistance with useful team features.
Hold on. Got to go back to this one. Okay. So it says, let's make sure you guys can see it. Okay. Yep. The article with that video attached to it says Dog the Bounty Hunter has claimed that he has been sent a slew of tips about the disappearance of Kylie Rodney. So he tried to involve himself in Brian Laundrie, and then Kylie Rodney? No. Almost 1 year after he controversially waded into the investigation around Gabby Petito and Brian Laundrie. God, these pop-up ads are annoying. The reality TV star, whose real name is Dwayne Chapman, has been receiving vague clues from some tipsters, while fans are also emailing him, urging him to get involved in the search for a missing teen, TMZ reported. But despite the purported demand, his rep told the outlet that he will not get involved unless he is personally invited to do so by Kylie's family or law enforcement, or if it reaches the point where 21 days has passed since the teen was declared missing. A 21-day time scale is when dog claims that missing persons cases typically go cold. 21 days, cases go cold, according to Dog. Thursday marks the 13th day of the search for Kylie, who vanished without a trace from the Prosser family campground in Truckee, California. Kylie had gone to a party of around 200 to 300 teenagers and young adults at the campground on the night of August 5th. She was last seen around 12:30 a.m. on August 6th at the site, a hotspot for local teen gatherings. And her phone last pinged around that time close to Prosser Lake, which runs around the site. Kylie's car, a silver 2013 Honda CR-V, is also still missing. Rest in peace, Kylie. She was found, of course, we all know. The teenager's mother, Lindsay Neiman, told The Independent last week that her daughter sent in her final text message around 11:30 p.m. saying that she would be leaving the party in around 45 minutes. The drive home takes 25 to 30 minutes. Kylie's friend Samantha Smith told The Independent that she last spoke to Kylie on the phone around 12:30 p.m. She had been planning to get a ride home from the party with Kylie, but there was a change in plans because she said Kylie had been drinking and so was not in a position to drive. Instead, the two friends told each other, "I love you, good night, get home safe," she said. In the almost 2 weeks since the missing persons report was filed on the 6th of August, hundreds of law enforcement personnel from multiple agencies have combed through the area looking for the teen, with searches on the ground, in the air, dive teams in the waterways. Despite the extensive search efforts, investigators have found no clues to her whereabouts. Oh, wait, this is where it gets real interesting. The reported calls for Dog, who was convicted of murder back in 1976, that's why he's a felon and can't carry a gun, to get involved in the case, come as officials have started scaling back the search for the teen. The TV star's reluctance to get involved comes after he faced a backlash when he famously launched his own search for answers following the disappearance of Petito. Young couple Petito, 22, and Laundrie, 23, set off on a once-in-a-lifetime cross-country trip in their camper van back in July of 2021 and were documenting their travels on YouTube. On September 1st, Laundrie returned to his parents' home in Florida, alone in the van with no sign of his girlfriend. After Petito's parents reported her missing on September 11th, Laundrie went on the run. His family told police that he was headed to the Carlton Reserve nature area close to their home. Days later, on September 19th, Petito's remains were found in a Wyoming National Park with her autopsy confirming that she had been strangled to death. The disappearance of Laundrie and discovery of Petito's remains sparked a huge manhunt to track down the 23-year-old boyfriend, and the case made international headlines. Days after Petito's remains were found, Dog waded into the case and announced he was launching his own search to find Laundrie. In a controversial move, he showed up on the doorstep of the Laundrie sister's home on the 25th of September, and the family called the police. Over the next few weeks, he continued his high-profile search for Laundrie, documenting the saga on a social media in a move that even his own daughter, Cicely, condemned as a publicity stunt. No, not his own daughter, saying that he was involved in a missing persons case for a publicity stunt. That couldn't be. Dog would never. The reality star's intentions in the search were called into question once again when reports emerged that he had pitched a TV show about his venture to a cable channel. While law enforcement focused much of the search on the Carlton Reserve, where Laundrie's remains were ultimately found, Dog honed in on a campsite where a 23-year-old had gone with his family days before his disappearance. Dog said he believed Laundrie had never left the campsite and boasted about closing in on the fugitive. In one bizarre incident, he paraded a Monster Energy can on his social media page, suggesting it was left behind by Laundrie and that the net was closing in on him. But Dog was wrong. On October 20th, almost 1 month after he launched his own investigations, investigators discovered Laundrie's remains miles away inside the Carlton Reserve. He died by unaliving from a self-inflicted gunshot wound to the head and left behind a notebook where he confessed to murdering his girlfriend. Kylie's family are remaining hopeful that a 16-year-old will be found safe soon. Her mother told The Independent she will never give up hope of finding her daughter as investigators scale back the search. I don't think I will ever give up hope that she'll come back safely back to us. The mind reels, that doesn't stop. But I do have people coming forward and sharing stories of their loved ones who went missing and then came back weeks, and months later. California officials have so far received more than 1,100 tips, but still have been able to unable to piece together the movements after around 12:30 a.m. on August 6th. Investigators shared a new photo of Kylie. It goes on to talk about Kylie's information, which we all know. She was found, thankfully, but unalive. But Dog the Bounty Hunter, Beddy, did Dog the Bounty Hunter's daughter say that he got involved in missing persons cases for a publicity stunt? Did he also do a similar thing, like go to TMZ? Almost identical to when he got involved in Sebastian Rogers' case? They went to TMZ? Oh, shit. TMZ, Brian Laundrie, Kylie, Rodney, and now Sebastian Rogers? But once again, he's never found a missing person, has he? He's only hunted fugitives, which there is a stark contrast between fugitive hunting and missing persons investigators. Okay, let's carry on with bets for a minute. But you can find all sorts of information about Dog the Bounty Hunter, his racist, transphobic rants, and so much more if you would really like to learn more about Dog.
Okay, I gotta stop. Whew. The Sumner County the Sumner County Sheriff's Office.
And I am not paying attention whatsoever over here. I'm so sorry. Jonesin, thank you for being a member. She said, we ain't fishing in that pond. No way, Jose. Nobody's fishing in that pond. That is a dried up, salty beach. Sherry, thank you for the support. Emily, thank you for the gifted memberships. Much appreciated. All right, let's let Beddy embarrass herself some more.
TBI, FBI, and Secret Service have been and are currently investigating this case. And if you find any evidence to be relevant, they'll obtain it themselves without the need to pay people like TMC companies such as At Night is trying to do. Well, I can guarantee nobody's listening to you, dum-dum. And I can tell you, moving forward, you're going to be freaking 86 from these cases, because if you can't figure out a bounty hunter actually does capture missing people all the time, I don't know what.
Ugh, Beddy, how embarrassing. They capture fugitives from justice. There's a huge difference in missing persons versus bail jumpers who have money attached to why they're being. Anyways,
What to tell you.
You can go further with it if you would like.
I mean, the stupid, like I said, the stupid on this boy ain't getting washed off with some soap and water.
I don't think that you have any right to call anybody stupid again. Trevor has a reference sheet from working with people to change laws. You have a rap sheet of all the laws you've broken. Stark contrast there, Bets. Stay in your lane. Know at the lane and stay at the fuck in it.
He's an embarrassment. He's an embarrassment. And I doubt that they're going to be getting a whole lot of, or helping in a whole lot of ways with these people. It sounds like he's a butthurt little boy. At Night Intelligence Agency is something that I would trust a hell of a lot better than some punk that has an axe to grind with Seth Rogers, which is sad that he would actually intentionally, because let's face it, FBI in Sumner County and TBI would have collected this if they were going to collect it a long time ago. So they would have it. And at the end of the day, they're not communicating with the father of this case. And if
Oh, wait, are you acknowledging that the FBI, the TBI already has this information? Say it ain't so. Well, let's look at this right quick, because she did just acknowledge that this information that they are hunting for, this comes directly from Seth's page. This, we are seeking photographs or videos taken inside the Texas Roadhouse at 309 Indian Lake Boulevard, Henderson, Tennessee, on or around February 25th between 5 p.m. and 11 p.m. This was the location of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' last known meal, shared with a group that included his bio mother, Katie Proudfoot, on the night he vanished. If you were there or have relevant photos or videos, your submission could help uncover critical details. A reward of $500 to $5,000 is being offered for qualifying materials. What's the email of that one? Litigation at Night Agency. Why is that email litigation? A little iffy if you ask me. But let's just take a little gander of sorts back in time for a moment, please. Because this all started after this new recent interview here on social media. So I want to take us back in time for a moment and remind people of some of the things that came out of Seth Rogers' mouth. Because Beddy acknowledged that they had video already, but Seth does also. So let's just go right over here for a moment.
Yep.
Do you mind expanding on that a little bit?
I just tell my volunteers that get together to help pass out flyers for Sebastian. They noticed that vehicles be following them. And I told them, if they see anybody following them, get their license plate number.
Oh, and I will be playing a little bit more context in this for a reason. Because I think it's important for people to remember, because now the rewrite and attacking Trevor Lee over him saying that this is BS, don't send stuff to them, is completely unnecessary. But Beddy needed it for content today to puff her chest. But she acknowledged that the FBI already had this, but Seth's about to acknowledge it too. Let's go.
And I pass it off to TBI.
That's what's up. Wow. So people are getting followed, allegedly. People are getting followed who are just passing out flyers, volunteers that are just contributing in trying to find your son. That's very odd. Have you seen anything like that yourself? Have you been followed?
Can't intimidate me. I have a goal in mind.
Gotcha. Have you already reported that? Because that basically says yes to me. So have you reported that at all to TBI or any law enforcement at all that you have been followed?
Yeah.
Has it changed as of late, or are you still getting followed?
I haven't been followed today.
When
But-
did you go ahead?
Today, if they wanted to know where I've been, I mean, they can ask me. Whoever wants to follow me, I was at church 3 times today. It's Good Friday. Time to go to mass.
Right on. When did you report that?
Mass?
Go ahead. What were you saying?
Did you go to mass?
Not yet. I'm a bad boy. I'm burning in the fiery pits of hell. I know.
I'll get down and help make sure that you don't stay there long.
I appreciate that, my brother. I appreciate that. But when did you go ahead? Say that again.
It's always time to change.
Right. Always time. But when did you report to TBI that you were actually getting followed? Was that yesterday or was that a few days ago?
I've reported some license plate numbers to TBI.
So all this stuff that we've been hearing about them being followed and stuff, and then law enforcement came out and said that there had been no reports made of anybody being followed. I just have some questions. They've never been able to show proof of anybody being followed, but he's claiming in this March 29th interview that with Pascal that he was reporting license plate numbers. He wasn't being intimidated though. So where's all this proof of people doing all this stuff to Seth? I'm just asking for me.
I let them know a couple weeks ago that some of my volunteers were being followed.
That's just crazy to me. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty weird.
That's very, very weird.
And we do know that one report was made to Nashville PD by the United Cajun Navy because of a property owner in a dispute that they had trying to gain access to that property.
Weird. We might circle back to that question here in a second, or at least that topic here in a second. But I do have some questions. I know that there has been some updates. You and Katie Proudfoot.
Very good question, Trevor Lee.
At least Katie Proudfoot were in the same room with TBI and they gave you some updates. Can you tell me anything that came of that conversation with TBI?
Quick question before we go into this. Put a 1 in the chat if you watched the new recent interview with Seth Tony in the lab from the other night. Put a 1 in the chat if you watched that. Put a 2 if you did not. Please and thank you. Majority of you did. Okay. A few of you did not. All right. Well, in that recent interview, there was a lot of details that have changed from the beginning. This again was March 29th. What you are about to hear is out of Seth's own mouth after he had met with law enforcement in the TBI. Now, again, I take you back to Beddy is attempting to shame Trevor Lee for him making a post saying, do not send these people information. Law enforcement is involved. Beddy acknowledges that law enforcement most likely has this information. Well, this is going to show you that Seth's own words back up the fact that law enforcement had the videos from the Texas Roadhouse back on March 29th, which, in my opinion, were previous to that. Now, they didn't show him videos from the inside of Texas Roadhouse. He asked for proof of life, which they showed him, and you're going to hear that. But why now? Why this post? Why are they sending people to Texas Roadhouse like Silver's on the scene to compile? And why are they offering 500 to 5,000? Could that be because they want people who might be, in my opinion, desperate for Christmas money to come out of the woodworks and release some salacious something or another? Could that be? Is it more distractions?
The video with the 2 flashlights on there, they showed me the whole video. And then they showed me the video in the daylight too.
Oh, wait, and this is another piece. I figured this context would be important to put in here and remind people. That flashlight video that the team continues to run with and do the most with, you're entitled to have your opinions on what you think you see in those lights. But this is a good reminder of what Seth was told by law enforcement. And he sounds very confident in his answers here too. Which that story has completely changed by the team, the Army.
And it wasn't flashlights. It was literally the video that was showed to the public was like a small little portion of the screen, not the whole actual screen. And it was a trash truck. It came through. It's why it was slow at the beginning, because it was picking up trash. And then after they picked up trash, when it came back, they were dipping out of the neighborhood.
Interesting. Because, okay, so we've seen that video. We've all seen at least what Nick Barris put out here. Now, and you're trying to explain it a little bit. I hope you can explain a little bit more. When you went and saw it with TBI, the nighttime stuff, the flashlight, the stuff that looked like fireflies, for crying out loud, and the black abyss, was that the full picture, or was that a cropped video?
Oh, Trevor Lee, this will clear that up too about Chris being at Texas Roadhouse, because he's asked, and you'll hear what Seth says.
That was like a 3x5 of a full TV screen.
Really?
Yes.
So, okay, so it was a cropped segment, or a cropped section of a very big picture.
I've seen some people actually sit there and talk about, well, the trash don't run at 3:15 in the morning. You're right. It runs between 5 and 5:30 in the morning.
Right.
But the whole time that I watched this, the time on the DVR that they had stayed 3:11 for like 15 minutes.
Okay. So
broke equipment.
So it was broken. Okay. So it stayed at 3:11 for the whole time. So 3:00 was not the time that these trash guys came in. These garbage men came in and picked up the trash. That was a little bit later on, a little bit earlier in the morning, if that makes any sense. More like 5 or so, right?
Correct.
And of course, again.
Oh, wait. Did he just say correct? He did. Very confidently, in fact.
And this was a cropped video from a very, very big video.
Yes.
Okay.
I honestly think somebody did it for clickbait. I mean.
I see. Okay. So then, okay.
He wanted people to log in, to follow. And
Right.
if he's watching this now, he knows why I'm not answering his phone calls.
Oh, I see. No, I get that. But okay, then tell me this.
It is false information and something that's going on trying to find my son.
I can understand getting upset about that, for sure. I definitely can. But there is actual movement in that area. If he didn't know, I could see that. But, I could see a little mistake happening there. But as far as the rest of the image, right? Because it was only cropped with a bunch of, with those 2 white dots floating around for 2 seconds, right? What does the rest of the picture that you saw look like? Is it just pitch black, or was there movement elsewhere?
It's dark because it's at night, but you can make out the road. So it's like whoever shared it with Nick and Nick put it out, you could see the whole road. There was nothing there. There was no cars on that road. There was no movement on the road except for the trash truck. That was it.
Gotcha. Okay. But you also saw footage from during the day as well, right? You just said that. It was nighttime and day.
Yeah, because what they wanted to do is they showed me the footage for the night, and then they turned it on and they took from the same camera video footage from the day and showed me where the markings and everything were so that I had no doubt in my mind.
And this is where people will say, law enforcement misled Seth. They didn't tell him the truth. Something, yada, yada, yada. You make up your opinion. Did law enforcement mislead the parents of a missing child? I don't think so, personally.
Gotcha.
Because some of those lights actually stay stationary.
Mm-hmm.
They're on throughout the night and throughout the day. And they literally showed me where it was. And I've been in that neighborhood. I even knew what house it was. As soon as I saw it, I recognized the house. So I knew the angle. Because the angle's coming from at the end of the street. It's not pointing at like a common section. It's just literally at the end of the street so that the owner can watch all their vehicles.
Gotcha. Wow. Okay. And for everyone who's watching the show, just tuning in just right now, this is the biological father of Sebastian Rogers, just so you got
Little interesting details, isn't it, when you go back and hear what was originally said compared to what they're trying to tell you today. But I wanted to make sure all of that context was in here before we lead into what else he saw this day when meeting with the TBI.
guys know he has boots on the ground in Hendersonville, doing everything he can to find his son.
Sherry, thank you for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the Cabana.
He has been missing for the past month now. It's, I'm sure, extremely daunting. As you can tell, Seth, I mean, I can't wait for you to have an actual good night's rest. I know that won't happen until you find Sebastian, but still, I know that you're doing a lot of work to try to bring your son home.
I feel better today. I've been to church 3 times. I've done mass. I'll be at church again tomorrow for Holy Saturday, and then it's Easter Sunday. And I'm just praying for a miracle. So
same here. Same here.
Well, you go to mass for that then, buddy.
I will be. I will be for sure. I will be for sure. But one thing I do want to point out really quick to everybody, real quick right now, is that there is a GoFundMe right now. This is to help Seth stay boots on the ground out in that area. Okay. Before we continue on in our conversation, please, guys, I'm going to make sure that it is posted in the posted at the top of.
I'm going to let this play through because the next part's coming up. But again, the GoFundMe was created the second night after Sebastian went missing and posted on day number 3, after it was agreed upon that this would not be done.
Of the chat in
amongst Katie, Chris, and Seth. But his sister, Seth's sister, went ahead and did it anyways, after it was agreed upon that they wouldn't have any type of fundraising.
The family chat so that you guys can go. Please, their goal is to just hit $18,000. They're almost there. Okay. $1, it doesn't matter. A penny, it doesn't matter. Whatever you can contribute is still a step in the right direction. So please go over to his GoFundMe, show some love, show some support. There's some other things that I will be sharing with you guys as well. If you want to contribute in other ways, we will be talking about that a little bit later on in the conversation. Okay. But go to that GoFundMe if it moves you so. All right. This man is boots on the ground as we speak. So go over there and help if you can. Okay. And we will be talking about volunteers here in just a little bit as well. Okay. Just to give you guys all a heads up if you want to get out there and help search for Sebastian. Now, you went there, you checked out this video, the full scope of this video. What we saw as regular people, okay, the people that are very passionate and really caring and that care about finding Sebastian, the footage that we saw was a cropped video up in the top right-hand corner of this very big, a much bigger picture.
Yes, sir.
You saw day and night. What else was being said or talked about or shown to you with TBI?
Did you hear that right there? What else was shown to you by the TBI? For those in the back that, like Beddy, might be dum-dums, Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, law enforcement who was investigating this, perk your ears up for a moment, because this is where this whole new post requesting information from the Texas Roadhouse seems like a distraction, if you ask me.
I requested video proof that my son was alive after I spoke to him on Thursday.
What footage was that?
They showed me footage of him leaving Texas Roadhouse and getting into his mama's vehicle with her.
Texas Roadhouse. So he was getting in a vehicle with Katie Proudfoot from eating at Texas Roadhouse, correct?
Yes.
Oh, wait. The TBI showed Seth videos from the Texas Roadhouse of Sebastian getting into his mom's car. So do we think that the TBI just gathered the outside video of the Texas Roadhouse? Do you think that the TBI didn't ask questions, investigate further of what was going on inside the Texas Roadhouse that night? Again, a reminder, this interview was March 29th. The TBI, the investigative agencies involved in this case, had the videos. Law enforcement has the videos of Texas Roadhouse. So why is At Night Media, the intelligence agency, requesting videos months later and offering $500 to $5,000? Kind of seems a little odd, doesn't it?
Was Chris Proudfoot there?
Oh,
No.
In the footage?
No. Chris was
oh, wait, let's back that up. Everybody get your listening ears on. That's been rewriting this. Pay attention.
live after I spoke to him on Thursday.
What footage was that?
They showed me footage of him leaving Texas Roadhouse and getting into his mama's vehicle with her.
Texas Roadhouse. So he was getting in a vehicle with Katie Proudfoot from eating at Texas Roadhouse, correct?
Yes.
Was Chris Proudfoot there?
No.
In the footage?
No. Chris was in Memphis.
Okay, so Chris was definitely in Memphis. Okay. But when you saw them leaving.
Wait. So does that debunk the fact that Silvers claims that he was there? Oh, it does. Because he had just met with the TBI and he was very confident in that answer, no hesitation, that Chris was in Memphis. Say it ain't so. He was very confident in Chris being in Memphis, said it in numerous interviews up until some more people got involved, in my opinion. Some changes of the story kept coming out. Some details started to be fuzzy and twisted. Say it ain't so. Let's listen a little bit further.
Were they with anybody? Were they alone? Just the two of them going into this car?
Yeah.
Okay. Quick question. Did you see any footage from inside Texas Roadhouse? No.
Okay. They just, I wanted proof of life on Sunday to make myself feel better. You guys want to know why I was smiling? That's because yesterday I got to see my son. I mean, it's not current, it's not up to date, but it gives me a little bit better of a feeling that I got to see him.
No doubt. No doubt. And I can only imagine.
You notice he asked if he was shown anything. He says no, they didn't show him any footage from the inside. But he doesn't say that they didn't have it. Now, again, I go back to law enforcement. It's kind of odd to me to think that law enforcement would have collected videos from the Texas Roadhouse from the outside, but not the inside. But again, that's probably what they're going to try to say. However, I just is going to probably fall short again.
Imagine. So when you saw him walking out of Texas Roadhouse with Katie Proudfoot, his biological mother, was he wearing the same clothes that they're describing that he was last seen in? Okay. Okay. After seeing that footage, I know it made you happy to see him. Of course, you miss your son. I don't know. Was there any interaction, any exchange with Katie, between you and Katie, after seeing this footage?
No.
When was the last time you spoke with Katie before TBI? Before the TBI meeting?
It's been a couple weeks.
It's been a couple weeks. Wow. Have you seen them, Chris and Katie Proudfoot, boots on the ground, searching along with you at all?
Again, the date of this interview was March 29th. Pay close attention to this next part, and then we'll get back to Beddy. But I've got a few more things to insert as we go.
Even at the beginning, when you came into town, when you first came into town?
Chris went with me for one night to go check out some leads that were coming off of Facebook, but they were 3 days old, I think. And after that, no. They say that they're doing it. They say they're out there handing out flyers, putting out signs, getting billboards up, things of that sort. But they're not where I'm at.
Gotcha.
Which, I mean, it kind of, if you got more than one person doing it, it would be, in the grand scheme of things, it would make sense to split up to conquer the area.
Right. It would, wouldn't it?
It would.
So let me ask you. Let's talk about the search that you had with Chris. What was that like?
Oh, did he ask him about what the search was like with Chris when they went and searched together in the beginning? Because Chris and Katie haven't been searching or doing anything to find their sons, their son, excuse me, even though Seth even says that they were doing that. But, the internet's doing the internet thing and twisting stories. Kenna, thank you for becoming a member. Let's let this maybe play itself out right here.
How was the interaction? How was the search with him? Was it awkward?
No, it wasn't.
Oh, it wasn't awkward? Chris and him searching together wasn't awkward? Well, shit. According to the news stories, I think all of this shit would have been real awkward. Well, wait, it wasn't awkward, though, on March 29th. You guys, Trevor Lee is only one person. I see everybody adding Trevor Lee. Please give him grace. He is keeping up like a mofo, but I don't even know what's happening here in the comment section. But all I just see is Trevor Lee, Trevor Lee, Trevor Lee. Trevor Lee's fingers can only work so fast. And he's a young man, and I don't want him to have arthritis from typing to all this crazies on the internet. Give him grace, please.
It was not awkward. I was the passenger side.
I see it,
I was
Trevor.
the passenger in the truck, and he was driving around. He's familiar with the area a lot more than I am. So he knew from the Facebook tip where to go. And so I just jumped in the truck with him.
Okay. Gotcha.
Mods, do you want me to slow chat a little bit? If you do, I can. Give me 1 second. Wasn't awkward. Wasn't awkward when they were searching together. I gotcha. Let me do that really quick while I let this play.
Oh. And then that's it. You guys did a search and no strange, no odd interaction. He didn't say anything that would have made, spark any kind of red flags or anything of that sort.
No.
Okay. I see. So my question is too, just going back to the TBI meeting, the most recent one you had, aside from those videos, was there any new leads or anything that they told you?
They're not going to tell me. It's an active investigation. They're not going to tell me.
Are you satisfied with their investigation thus far?
Asking me that question is like asking me if I like the hamburger that I see you cooking.
Wait, did Seth just acknowledge he wasn't going to get any answers because it was an ongoing investigation? Pascal did seem very disappointed in these very confident answers from Seth, in my opinion.
I haven't seen the finished result yet. Finished result is me getting my son back. The sooner we do that, the sooner I'll tell you how happy I am.
Gotcha. I see.
And I think that makes complete sense. I think it's probably a natural reaction to have disappointment and frustration. Their child is still missing. But I think all of this extra unnecessary BS, like Beddy's little bullshit antics and the army, aka the team, is a lot of distractions, if you ask me. But let's get back to Beddy right quick. We've got more to talk about and more to inlay here. That might be eye-opening to some of you.
If we have a right to obtain it, nothing they're doing is illegal. And this information most likely has already been turned over to law enforcement. So they have every right to request it. If they want to pay somebody for the photo and pay them for their
But why wouldn't they just get it from law enforcement if they're an organization that works with law enforcement? You said that Nick the Hat not being allowed to work with law enforcement doesn't mean that the organization can't work with law enforcement. So if they have such a working relationship with law enforcement, and we know, according to Seth's own words, that the TBI on March 29th had video from the Texas Roadhouse that they had already collected, and At Night Intelligence Agency has such an organization outside Nick the Hat, and they're working with law enforcement. You know, they're such a reputable organization. Why wouldn't they just get that from law enforcement? Because we know that they have it. Things that make you go,
it happens all the time. I know whenever I do documentaries or anything like that, I don't get paid for my documentaries. You know what?
Every time I do documentaries, you mean fucking mugshots, Beddy. Don't get it twisted.
I get paid for the content that they purchase off me to accompany that documentary. I get paid nothing to sit on camera and talk to people. Nothing. Zero do I get paid. Zero. But when they
How does it always turn back to Beddy making no money for her professionalism? Maybe it wasn't, if it wasn't being used to make a mockery out of you and how you overstep, maybe they would, you know, think about paying you for your journalistic work.
I have the clips that are in those that you know that we recorded. We get paid for those because it's our content. They can't just use it. It's not called fair use because these companies know how to properly apply fair use, and what these content creators here on these apps try to pass off as fair use isn't fair use. It's theft, content theft. So, you know, they have to pay you because they don't want to be sued for content theft. So that's the only thing that we get paid for. So if this company wants to pay people for
Beddy, have you ever made a buck on your knees behind Chili's asking for me? Just wondering. I haven't. But hell.
their photos and videos, they're more than welcome to. And guess what? It's not illegal. And guess what? This information probably has already been over to FBI, but if it hasn't, the good news is the At Night Intelligence Agency is constantly communicating with Washington, D.C.'s branch of the FBI.
Oh, are they? They're communicating with Washington, D.C.'s branch of the FBI, just like they were communicating with the incoming administration, trying to claim that they were in contact with Matt Gaetz, the incoming Attorney General, who removed himself. Oh, I love this for them. Every Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, they're having meetings. They tried to allege that it was the incoming Attorney General. Well, he just withdrew his nomination. So does that just mean that you're now in communication with Pam? Is that what we're doing here? We're just rolling through the list of people. And again, I encourage you with common sense thinking to think about all the missing children, all the missing adults. And if you think Trump's administration is going to fix one situation and throw money at one missing child, and there's not going to be a complete uproar over that, please use your common sense logic. Trump doesn't have a clue what's going on. They are just using their political, when you need a fixer or of a scandal. And I encourage you to go watch Mr. E's breakdown of what you call Nick the Hat for, if you want to know where I'm getting my language. Yeah. I mean, and you wonder why some of these people are connected to people like that. Or not.
Post on a daily basis, at least several times a week. What is this Yahoo talking about? He doesn't know. He wouldn't know what is going on if it slapped him in the face because he's too busy chasing a little tail.
At least he's got a tail to chase. You just got horns on the top of your head right now from the looks of those two little puffs. I mean, all right. Beddy, I thought you were going to drag this kid. And he's a young man, a respectful young man. Where's the dragging going to begin? Because all you've done is make yourself look like a fucking blubbering buffoon.
That's what it comes down to.
Trevor, do you have carpet burn? Because this dragging sucks.
His married woman put fishing in other people's pond gets people in a lot of trouble. I mean, we watch cases every single day.
She's got to go back to the personal insults because she has nothing factual to stand on. Yes, Brantley, that did happen. And thank you for being a member for 2 months, Brantley. I wouldn't give her a dime. That's just me. I'm with you, Brantley. I'm with you on that. And thank you again for being a member. Isn't it ironic, all the things that are Betty's trying to get to go here? Again, why are you worried with who everybody's sleeping with, Betty? Shouldn't you be worried about you not getting any?
Say for stuff like this, Trevor. Shame on you. Go back to God. I liked you when you were religious. I liked you when you talked and put God first in your life. I liked it when you were a normal human being.
Holy crap. Not the faith manipulation from Betster. We couldn't be doing that, could we? Oofta.
And not sucked into this hate. Do you not realize that everything that you've read in the
next thing she's going to be is running for House Speaker and saying that she's Moses
Bible you are going against right now? Being part of the evil? Damn, boy. Stay away from me because I don't want your kind of juju. I don't want your kind of juju. And trust me, this case will go away and you still have to live with yourself after it's said and done. And
this case will go. What does that mean there, Beth?
And all of the crap that you chose to throw into this case that was nothing to do with helping find Sebastian and only to do with throwing a temper tantrum over your hurt feelings.
Well, let's take a little reminder here. I couldn't find this on Smiley's today, but let's take a look at when Seth came after Trevor Lee. This is from my video breakdown of this, so excuse me, there is commentary already in here. And I was at this time pissed at Trevor Lee. Like I said, I gave him heavy criticism in the beginning, but Trevor has absolutely taken accountability. He has done amazing things for so many missing persons cases. And me and him have talked and communicated. I understand where he was at. And I think he understands where I was at. So there's that. So if I'm harsh on him, sorry. But I want to show you guys this.
We gave the audio file to Trevor Lee, knowing full well that
Let me back to that.
Chloe, I asked her to step back because she was leaking stuff. I know what you...
And I will say again, Trevor isn't the one who leaked the audio. I know that. It still doesn't matter.
Don't got me in the...
Oh, wait. Did I just say Trevor wasn't the one that leaked the audio? Oh, sure did. But that's what Seth was trying to blame him for.
Show yet, but she was leaking information.
You are in the show.
Oh, I am in the show. My bad.
You are in the show. Hold on.
I figured I was still backstage talking to you, Smiley.
No, you're in the show. You're in the show. Mic drop.
There's
Mic drop.
Pretty much. Chloe gave the audio file to Trevor Lee, knowing full well that I would take the blame because I'm the person that does that.
That's not what happened. And what they are trying to do here is they're trying to blame Trevor Lee for leaked audio of a freaking phone call between a PI and Chris Proudfoot. It took the PI, Heather, I'm sure she's still trying to figure out the source of this leak. Anyways, whole other story. But they tried to play all these confusing things. And meanwhile, Josh had that audio and sat on it for quite some time to release on the date of their child custody hearing. But somehow they were trying to twist the narrative and blame it on Trevor Lee. Because what happened? Oh, Trevor Lee gave pushback about the way they were treating Chloe and what they were blaming her for. Trevor Lee actually, if you want to hear all that, gave deets the messages of his interaction between him and Tony after Tony decided to lie on what was said too. That's on Dietz's channel. I think I might have reviewed Dietz's panel when that was done too at one point in time. Heather even said that that's not what happened. And he instantly comes up to deflect. We know that. Again, try to take into account, and I'm not asking you guys to overlook everything, but try to take it into account. This was known last week already that he leaked the audio. I don't know how people even are questioning this. Seth leaked the audio. It was stated last week. It was stated that it was being held onto for a specific date, which was the date that Chris went to court. This was all intentional, but they're all deflecting off of the fact.
And then I did my own investigation to find out where it was. You sit there and leaked it off the podcasters and everything else, and then wants to get all uppity because I won't let. Hi, Smiley. I won't let my PR person sit there and defend Chloe. Who the hell does Trevor think he is to sit there and tell somebody that's working for me to do something?
Smiley, I'm sorry, hon. I don't know who you are, and I don't know whose profile that is, but it's not mine. I've been with Seth all day.
Look at these two. Look at the smugness of them. You can't overlook that. You just can't. You can't. But at the same time, Trevor had opportunity to come out and be honest with people, and instead he remained silent and let his buddy, the lab, release intentional audio to paint a narrative about Chris Proudfoot on the day of a child. Like, you can't overlook this shit, people, and give passes for this, because truly, if we want better for the victims, you should acknowledge that YouTube creators way overstep their boundaries. Put your personal bias aside for your like of YouTube creators. If somebody got involved in your child custody case, meanwhile you have a child missing, I would hope that you would have a problem with it. When I gave you that hypothetical yesterday, and this, again, all happened. People learned lessons, but I was told today, people are saying that he was actually in the court hearing. He was not. So people are also misleading with that. Again, people can make missteps, get emotionally involved, think they're helping a situation and be used. And I think that's what happened with Trevor Lee. This was early on when I was still emotional myself about it. But I think Trevor was absolutely being manipulated and then used. And then when they couldn't do that any further, they threw him to the wayside. About Molly, it's because this situation has been brewing and brewing and brewing. And people have been, Terry Lynn recording calls to get to Nina. All of this shit. Now you know that these people intentionally released that call on that day for a reason, Seth included. And these creators went along with pushing that narrative. And then the lab even took it a step further and brought Chris McDonough and a Dr. Gary on, who are considered experts in their fields, and built a foundation of misinformation and lies to paint a narrative about Chris and Katie and give an analysis on misinformation. And that happened all into play. Put your like and dislike of creators away. These are families going through horrific events. There's a missing child.
I didn't say you were coming on my channel.
Somebody was out there saying that we were coming on the panel. That Tony said that we were coming on. We've been out here riding around all day.
Oh.
Checking out places for searching and everything else.
Oh, okay. So I got like almost 1,700 people in here.
Mic drop. Sorry about that.
Okay, so I want you to know that I love Trevor, and
hey, I tell you what, I'm sorry. I thought he was a great person too. But after I saw,
I think both things can be true. I think Trevor Lee can be a great human being. I think he can be a young kid that doesn't quite understand the reality of some of these situations. I think it's fair to acknowledge that he's done great things for previous cases. And I also think it's fair to acknowledge that he stepped way out of bounds on this one and has way overshot what he should be doing because of his own personal vested interest in this case. And I mean personal vested interest of missing children, wanting to help, shading him for everything he's done. I'm not going to take it away from him. I'm not going to say that he doesn't have potential. I'm saying the reality is what it is, and people need to stop ass patting this kid, and he needs to realize the long-term harm he could have done. And I give Trevor the most amazing props, truthfully. I couldn't be prouder of somebody. Trevor has honestly, in this entire situation, made me so proud of how he handled this and is stuck to what he believes in and continues to fight for the missing. I couldn't. A lot of these people take zero accountability. Trevor completely did the opposite and is the only one. And he's the age of my child, my oldest child. Incredible long-term. He's going to do amazing things, and we should all be thankful for that, and had a hand in doing to a family going through a horrific event.
I got so many snakes that were in my group. I'm still cutting heads off. And it came as a shock to me. It came as an absolute shock that this man, I can't even call him a man, that this individual would sit there and lie to my face and then sit there and put out lies to begin with. And now he want to go out there whenever I'm in a podcast or whatnot, and nothing about Sebastian. No, nothing about my son. You know, all about Chloe and her little clique. You know, when I asked her to
talking about when Trevor went on Granny's
step back, she took almost all the searchers with him. And now people are like, oh, it was like a slap to my face. They don't know why I asked her to step back. But I asked her to step back because she's a private investigator trying to be a SAR person.
Okay, so he says that about, we don't know. Thank you, Bree. Bree says, I know he has no hair, but for some reason I expect to see greasy, sweaty hair dye running down his Tony's face. I wonder where that idea comes from. The Just for Men commercial. The Just for Men commercial. This is, And Seth instantly is lying, but people won't grab. This is so messy.
You need to get out of the field and get back to doing private investigation, which she wasn't doing. She wanted to vet everybody. Like everybody. Like, I want to know, what size foot they were when they were born. And it's like, I will accept help from anybody to find my son. And people are taking my good-hearted nature and just
look at the trees in the corner. Okay. Pay attention to the trees in the corner. Ready? Oh, this is also when, look at that on your screen. You see the Chris account pop up with the screen. This is when all the fucking hijinks started. This was all of the shit going on at once. Hell yes, chasing. Yes, he has. And he's going to do amazing things. That's why I said Beddy's collecting mugshots. Trevor's collecting references. Or I said rap sheet. Beddy's collecting a rap sheet. Trevor's collecting references. It's the truth, though. There you go. There's the trees. There's the Chris account. Okay. That's not Chris, by the way, but they will try to twist that here in a moment.
Trampling all over it, and it's going to bring out the negative part of me that don't give a flying. Smile around and find out.
You're pushing away everybody that's trying to help you.
Trevor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that him himself? You know where I'm at, Trevor. Why don't you just go ahead and step out of Chloe's house and come on over, boy? And I'll show you what a man does.
Oh, you're really helping find Sebastian doing this.
Hey, why you say?
Okay, and this is unnecessary. There was no need for any of this to happen. Truthfully, no need. I get defending yourself, but time and place. By the way, I did us a favor because I want Trevor's story to be heard. And I want Beddy to sit the fuck all the way down. So I went and pulled the timestamp of when Dietz reads the messages between Tony and Trevor that happened after and how all that went. Beddy needs to shut the fuck up, per usual. Beddy gets things wrong, but I figured if we're gonna talk about it, let's just lay it all out there. Let's lay it all out there because Bets can't do that. We can, though. Just wait. Did you see the trees? Hold on. Let's go back here. Here, I'm going to play that again so you guys can see the trees.
Eileen.
Hi, Seth.
See? Right here in front of Beach High School. in front of my son's high school. Of course, it's me. Trevor Lee, you slimy little slime ball.
Ho, 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 ho.
Okay, now you saw that again. Now let's go back to these trees. When he pops up, because there's one more time that they pop in. Okay, so there's Trevor Lee. Watch these trees. I think it is Tony trolling us, Chris. I have no proof of that.
And just trampling all over it. And it's going to bring out the negative part of me that don't give a flying. Smile
Seth,
around and find out.
You're pushing away everybody that's trying to help you.
Trevor.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is that him himself? You know where I'm at, Trevor. Why don't you just go
Yeah, they're not the same trees that are behind Seth, but just wait.
and step out of Chloe's house and come on over, boy. And I'll show you what a man does.
Oh,
Step.
you're really helping find Sebastian doing this.
Hey, why you sitting there changing your face? Hey, what? Can't spend the time looking for summer no more, right? You want to say where I'm at? You see where I'm at. You don't know what I'm doing.
What are you doing? What are you doing?
What are you doing? Why?
I genuinely think it's Tony. Yeah, I think it was Tony trolling us, Chris. I do. I think that.
Why are you on this panel right now?
Why don't you
Don't you ever, and I will let this be publicly known, you, Chloe, your whole team does not have my blessing to use my name or my son's name to ask people to search on their property. Like you have a contract with me. Trevor, you need to go home, boy. This is
Okay, I find that to be a little odd though, because why would you care if they're using your name or your son's name and getting permission to search on properties like you want? They're actively out there searching. So again, I'm not going to discredit people searching because that says a lot. So kudos to people who are attempting to find Sebastian and search. Meanwhile, a lot of them, like CJ, the rest of them have been live streaming. I will give credit to Trevor where it's due. He's not doing that. He's not doing that at all. That's why this is so hard for me, because I told him to get in front of this shit. But here we be.
Is out of your league.
And so many people have said, there's nothing to get in front of. He's doing fine. This is when people were so pissed at me because I was mad at Trevor. And Trevor and I worked it out. And then,
Because if I recall, I'm the one that's
is it? Because if I recall, I didn't ask you to respond. I told you to get off the panel, boy. This is my son, not yours. My son, not yours. My son. This is Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
And Trevor says to him, you're making a joke of your son's case. Well, that might be true. That's still not his choice. He's a YouTube creator. Yes, he can be an advocate. Again, not taking away from him, but that's his son at the end of the day. And he has the right, whether we like it or not, to make this case a complete shit show, whether we like it or not. This is why it's so important for vulnerable. And that's the sad thing, is because even though we can see what's going on and what has been going on, and I feel Trevor had an inside view to what was building and going on, I still stand by that. Seth has the right to involve himself with all of these people, and he has continued to do so over and over and over again. And I'm sure that Trevor Lee felt so frustrated knowing what it was turning into from the inside perspective, being face to face with these people on the ground searching. So, but we've seen what he's done with the ability to turn it into whatever he's wanted to. Look at Beddy today. Vulnerable parents to have ethical creators who surround them from jump. But you have PIs that have surrounded themselves who are cold calling victims' families off of fucking Facebook, associating themselves with goddamn internet content creators, all for fucking content and views. And they have this little circle jerk of, well, here's my buddy who's a PI, and here's my buddy who's a PR, and here's my buddy who's this. And none of them have the vested interest of the family at heart. They all have some self-serving narrative, and it is what it is. And I'm not saying that about everybody, because I have to take huge kudos to Duchess and Clue for offering, and still Trevor, Chris, and Katie, a safe spot to land. Nobody has done that for Seth. Duchess and Clue have been a bright side in this entire shit show, whether you like them. Okay, can I shut up them or not? Because they've allowed Chris and Katie to explain Sebastian to us, and we've gotten to learn about Sebastian. I appreciate that so much.
I named him.
And beyond that, they've done great things to help the family.
I named him Sebastian. I named him Drake. I named him Wayne. I named him Rogers. That's my last name. Take your Trevor Lee ass and fuck off, dude. You want to literally? This is my goddamn son.
Seth.
And he's right there. He's right there. I'm not going to argue with him. It is his son. And whether we like it or not, whether we like how they're acting or not, we have to take ourselves out of this. This is not for us to decide. He is a vulnerable man in a very bad position who has a lot of trauma in his past. We're seeing that fight or flight. I'm not giving him passes. Again, it's just acknowledging the reality of this situation. And it still exists today. And the team has only gained more people. Go back to that interview or the news article I read about Dog and the missing persons cases Dog has invested himself in. Think about what was said there. His own daughter called it a publicity stunt. And you think it's any different with Dog being invested in Sebastian's case? Come on, people. And I'm not about to kick a man who's already on the ground, flailing around, looking for help, and nobody around him gives a shit enough. And the one group that I kicked him a few times after this, I absolutely have kicked him for sure, that he needs to associate with is law enforcement and true victims advocates and locals who really have his best interest at heart, because these YouTube creators do not.
Seth.
Hey, happy. It's good to see you. He is. Okay, I'm done listening to myself. So that's what actually happened when he went after Trevor. Now, you want me to play the messages that kicked all that off right back to back, or do you want to? Yeah, let's do that. Let's go here for a moment. Okay, so this is going to be from Deets on the Streets, August 18th, 2024. This is after TikTok Tony had gone on Brittany J's panel and completely rewritten the story. Here we go.
Okay, so I start out right. I'm going to be Trevor and Jones's going to be Tony. So Trevor says, Tony Mathis, I write this to you in your official capacity as Seth Rogers' spokesperson. Let this please serve as my written notice that my efforts to find Sebastian will not cease. Many have said you guys plan to serve me with a cease and desist and possibly a suit to follow. I will not be scared into being silent, nor will I be silenced by a clear abuse of the civil system.
Trevor, if there's anything else you want me to include in this, just let me know. I'm trying to hit all the points that I think are valid because of Beddy's bullshit and the rewriting of history here. So we've got when Seth goes at you on panel on Smileys. We've got the actual messages. Is there anything else you would like me to include? If there is, let me know and I'll go find it. I've got more clips to throw in here too, but I think these are important pieces for people that don't know the story of what Beddy's rewriting to hear. The actual truth.
So again, let this serve as official notice that I will continue my efforts towards the safe return or recovery of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
Thank you, Barb. That actually means a lot. I appreciate you coming out of the bushes to say that.
We can't hear you, Johnson, if you're talking.
So it does silence me over there. So
okay.
I don't know how, unless you put
All
it
right.
on the screen, I wouldn't be able to read it.
I'll read. Okay, so then Tony replies, I'm not under contract. Send your bullshit to him and quit being a trouble-causing, whining little bitch. You continue to be scared to take your drama to him. You are pathetic. That was Tony. Trevor replies, children name call when they don't have a point to make, but I digress. I didn't.
Well, one of my mods drop Deets channel link, please. This is courtesy of Deets on the Streets, you guys. And I can tell you the date of this video, so if anybody wants it themselves, you can go grab it. Let me go down here. August 18th. The title is TikTok Tony Temper Tantrums and Trauma. It's Side Eye Sunday, y'all. And this is about the 140 or about the 149 minute mark. Just so everybody is aware. And nobody, just so we're clear, me and Trevor did not discuss any of what I'm doing today. He has no clue. He had no clue that I was working on all this shit. I asked him outwardly just now in front of everybody if there's anything else, because it's not my story to tell, but I'm just trying to, as an outsider, piece it all together for everybody. Jenny's Mixed Media Journals, thank you for becoming a member. And Misty Blue, thank you for the gifted memberships. Welcome to the cabana, y'all.
Do anything to you, and this Misdirected anger is very weird. I can't help that people don't think you're a good PR guy. I was simply sharing with you that I have no plans to cease or desist. You have been the person speaking about these letters, so I contacted you. Sebastian deserves a lot better than this, a lot better than your games. Oh, let's see. Where'd it go? Okay. Tony replies, "You're a very disgruntled little crybaby. Boo-hoo. I didn't have enough value to keep from getting fired by a grieving I didn't have enough value to keep from getting fired by a grieving father." I think he meant you, but he said I. "You see, he knew you, unlike me, and I thought you brought no value. You proved his point by stirring up high school girl drama on social media after you were booted. You are a child yourself trying to use another child for platform game. Sad little guy you are." Trevor replies, "Seth let you go? News to me. I guess the little things count though, right?" Because he missed, yeah. Trevor goes on, "I literally gave up my platform to work more behind the scenes on cases and with families, but believe what you shall. One of us is a college student and the other is a 50-plus-year-old man, though their behaviors would indicate the opposite."
Period.
It's sad what you've done to this case. I'm sorry you felt such a desire to be involved that you drowned out the voice of a missing 15-year-old boy when he needed it the most. Shame on you, Mr. Mathis. And Tony replied, "I think you have a future as a professional crybaby. You are good at it."
Trevor gets some good fucking digs in here, just an FYI. He really gets a few good zingers in here. Vivian, thank you for the super sticker.
And Trevor sends a meme that says, maybe you just need a Snickers.
Listen, that was Mr. Meek himself being all mild and calm. But no, it was completely the opposite of what he's saying here on Brittany's panel.
Uh-huh. Absolutely. Trevor was being the professional one, and Tony was being very aggressive and
Calling him
petty.
a crybaby, whiny little bitch. Get the fuck out of here. You're a liar, Tony Mathis. Click the link.
Yeah, he did have people talking about the cease and desist towards you. I'd like to also clarify, I appreciate the ones comments. Oh, I was not a perfect creator, and I absolutely had moments where I created drama just for the record.
Oh, I was just pointing at what she had said.
Gotcha.
But yeah, no, I just thought it was funny that he was like, "I have the text." I was like, I mean, we can show him, but you're not really gonna want that.
I know. I don't know why he made it sound like in there, like, "Ooh, I've got the text, Trevor." Like, it doesn't make you look good, Tony.
No, it actually does the quite opposite. It makes Trevor look kind and confident and patient.
And he wasn't being aggressive. You were letting him know that I'm not going to stop talking about Sebastian. You can send me the cease and desist, but I'm going to continue on. And he got aggressive.
That's right. So overall, Trevor did all the things right.
Yeah,
You did not,
just
sir.
think about that. The fact that he lied about that, knowing that Trevor's got the same text he's got. Like, what else is this man lying about?
Was that the end of him? Was that Trevor? Was that the end of the reading of the messages? I can't remember. I don't want to just continue to play Deed's stream if that's the end of it. But I think it's really funny that Betty's coming in like puffing her chest at Trevor Lee now because Trevor made one. Thank you, Trevor. Thank you.
You look.
Betty says Trevor looks like the dum-dum. Who looks dumb now, Betty? Well, carry on. I've got more shit to remind you of.
Like a child. You're acting like a child and you're being an idiot. I would definitely say anybody that wants to send over at night and people don't understand what I'm talking about, let me just read the post for you guys because this is relevant, right? If anybody has this information, at night is looking for it. They're looking for it because they're running an intelligence investigation into the case of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers.
Such an intelligent investigation with a bunch of riddles and chasing of tales.
And as you guys are well aware, the family's not too happy with Sumner County because they're not doing their damn job. Let me back up. One side of the family is very, very happy that Sumner County is not doing their job. The other side of the family is not happy that Sumner County is not doing their job. Okay, so this is the post. By the way, this is the beautiful camera that the selfie stick, the tripod selfie stick that Ren donated. Look at that. It has a place for my, look at that. I can record frontwards and backwards. Isn't that awesome? Look at that. Look at that. Look at that. I love it. I love it. I love it. Okay. So let me read what this is all about. What made this little boy lose his mind? And Trevor, please, by all means, I swear when this is all said and done and your reputation is so far in the trash can, don't be reaching out to people to help you salvage it, because I will dog them too. I will dog them too. Everybody deserves redemption, but boy, you're going to scratch and claw back your way in the true crime community for your redemption. I promise you that. I will not let this go. And you can dog Bullhorn Betty, but I warned you that this would happen if you kept going down this. You want to keep doing this childish ass shit? Fine. I'll play. I'll play. Because I know damn good and well, ain't nobody going to play in a sandbox dirtier than me. All right? I'll play. Lawfully and legally and dirty. I'm going to throw that sand right in your face, little boy.
Oh, Betty.
And then I'm going to go to church later today and I'm going to pray. And I'm going to pray for you because I don't hate you. I want to make sure that that's clear. I don't hate you, Trevor. I just think you need to come back over to the good side because what you're doing is wrong. What you're doing is wrong. You have no right, because you know what? When you were in the good with Seth, you would be trying to do something like this if you were still in the good with Seth. But because you're not, you want to throw a temper tantrum and try to thwart efforts that a father, an innocent father looking for his son, because you have a butthurt issue. I find that appalling and disgusting, Trevor Lee.
Let's look at when Trevor Lee and Seth Rogers were in decent communication, in my opinion. Let's go to the lab from March 20th, 2024. I think this is enlightening too. So let's go back over here. So he was in the chat. Trevor Lee and Seth Rogers, or Trevor Lee and Josh were on the panel. Seth Rogers was in the chat. Again, this is from March 20th, 2024. Seth pops up about the 21:45 mark.
Seth, biological father of Sebastian. And I think there he is. Good deal. All right. You can turn your camera off if you'd like. It's not a big deal. Whatever you want to do. How you doing? Good to see you. Can you hear me?
Tired. Yes, sir, I can.
Good deal, man. Yeah, I know that you've been out searching and doing what you can to figure out what's going on.
Got to do what's got to be done.
Yeah. So did you catch any of the conversation that Smiley had on her show?
I caught some of it.
Yeah. And what stuck out to you there? I mean, was there anything that shocked you?
This is my issue. I'm an adult. All right. And I'm not here to throw anything at Chris or Katie. This needs to be about Sebastian. I don't care about drama.
And just a quick note, he is not referencing when he was on Smiley's going after Trevor Lee. He is referencing when Chris and Katie were on Smiley's. That's what he is discussing, just so nobody is confused. But you notice he said he wasn't there to throw anything at Chris and Katie?
I'm just trying to find my son. You know, whether Chris wants to say this or that or whatnot, you know, when Nancy Grace reached out to me, I asked them to reach out to speak, to make sure that they reached out to Katie and Chris. And they told me they just wanted to reach out to the biological parents. And they reached out. And then today I asked them if they got a hold of Katie, and they said nobody ever returned a call. Now, I don't know if they had the correct number, whatnot. I mean, I don't know the ins and outs of that stuff. I just know what they told me.
Right. Right. So were you, I know that you've taken some time off of work to search for your son, and, you know, we all wish you the best, and really hoping that he comes home just safe and sound. Can you kind of tell us, like, not specific areas, but I mean, where are you looking that you think is important to look? And are there places that you want people to look again?
Well,
law enforcement is right. If you have a large property with like sheds and stuff, keep checking it. You know, that's private property. I can't go on private property. This is Tennessee that I get shot. I mean, let's just face it. Everybody got guns. If you own property and animals and stuff, you're going to defend your property.
Mm-hmm.
All right. I know I would.
Sure.
I mean, I know I would probably ask first before I shot somebody walking around, you know, hollering my son's name. But some people aren't that sociable, I guess.
Sure.
But tomorrow, my plan is Natchez. How do you say it? Natchez Trace State Park.
And the following day is when JLR showed up and they searched Natchez State Park, an hour and a half away from Hendersonville, Tennessee, for some B-roll footage with JLR. We've reviewed that multiple times, and it's pretty interesting. But Seth had reached out to JLR for him to come do that.
Okay. And, you know, because I had heard the search party or the search party talk about that it is possible that he walked outside of the perimeter. I mean, I'm sure you've heard that before.
Listen, I have, and, you know, I'm not faulting law enforcement. I'm not faulting. They did a wonderful job. They got so many agencies in. They had horses.
Wait, did he say law enforcement did a wonderful job? Let's back that up for a minute, because that's exactly what he just said. And I think this is really important considering what was just stated about law enforcement recently. There's a mission to my madness of why I'm going back to some of these.
I had heard the search party or the search party talk about that it is possible that he walked outside of the perimeter. I mean, I'm sure you've heard that before.
Listen, I have, and, you know, I'm not faulting law enforcement. I'm not faulting. They did a wonderful job. They got so many agencies in. They had horses. Lord, they had more horses than I've seen in a long time. I know that they brought in like 12 dogs. I mean, people were out there looking for my son, and I appreciate it. But at the same
Did he also mention 12 dogs? Sure did.
time, one second.
Mm-hmm.
I'm operating two phones right now.
No problem.
Oh, also interesting note, just for anybody that might be newer to this story. At this point in time, it was March. TikTok Tony was not in the picture as a part of the team. Bullhorn Beddy was not a part of the team. Nick the Hat and Dog the Bounty Hunter were absolutely not a part of the team. TikTok Tony entered the picture in April, became official the end of April, beginning of May. His first panel was over at Pascal's in the beginning of May with Tony, Seth, and Pascal. But Beddy did not enter the picture until May, after communication between her and Tony. Nick the Hat and Dog the Bounty Hunter did not enter the picture until September. So this is a much different Seth Rogers, in my opinion. But those people were not involved also, in my opinion.
All right.
Well, factually, they were not involved.
All right.
We're low key.
I got my phone that I use, and then I have another one that I use at home.
Okay. Yeah, gotcha. And by the way, I want to say this really fast. I'm not trying to pit you against them. I promise. That's not the point of this. I just found some of the stuff that he said tonight interesting, and kind of, you know, troubling in a way. But that I can't prove anything. You know, I can't say anything for sure of anything. So I promise you, I'm not trying to pit you against them.
Whatever Chris said, he's already said.
Sure.
Whatever I said, I've already said. It's in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, tomorrow's another day. I want people out there looking for my son. I went on Nancy Grace because I know it's national. I know that they're going to be on the same channel as, what's that guy's name? Dr. Phil, you know, so it's national. It's hitting coast to coast, anybody that's going to watch it. I want everybody to know who my son is. So if they see him, they can call 911.
Trevor, I agree. This is such a different Seth to current day. And I'm sure he is exhausted. But I think he's also being emotionally exploited. That's my opinion.
Just this week, thing came in off of Facebook. My sister turned around and sent it to me, and it was over in Lebanon, Tennessee. Somebody saw somebody that looked like Sebastian. I turned around and called their PD because she stated she called 911. I called them. They had no clue who my son was. And this is another police department. If the police departments aren't communicating or they're not seeing who's on the Amber Alert, then how do I know that my next door neighbor even knows?
Sure. No, I get that. There's a lot of people that don't pay attention to the news and stuff. But law enforcement should. I mean, you would think, obviously.
I mean, I'm just as guilty as the rest of them. I don't even watch TV. I don't have social media. You know, if I don't hear it on the radio between I leave my house to I show up at work, I work 12-hour days.
That's what I was going to ask. You work those 12-hour shifts. Yeah, those are long.
You know, between 12 and 16 hours, because sometimes you got to stay over because we're short-handed. You know, if anybody's looking for a job and you got a clean record, apply. Believe me, it's for everybody.
Right. So tomorrow you're going to search the national park. Have you found anything that indicates of anything of substance? I mean, you know, you don't have to tell us what it is, but I mean, are your searches yielding anything right now?
No.
Yeah.
It's not. But my search isn't going to yield anything until I find my son.
Sure.
Why I won't stop.
Look, man,
Yes, he did say he did not have social media, which we come to find out way later down the road that he had Facebook the entire time, but he had a private Facebook basically for family and friends. But yes, he said numerous times in many interviews in the beginning that he did not have social media.
I've followed this from kind of the beginning, and I have no doubt that you will find your son and that you'll be the reason. I truly think that. I mean, you know, it's terrible what's going on, you know, and tell me about him coming to live with you. I mean, so this was just a mutually agreed thing, and he was aware that it was happening. I mean, did he talk about it a lot with you?
Well, you know how Chris said, you know, shoulda, woulda, coulda. Hindsight's 20/20. He was supposed to come live with me last year.
Oh, okay.
But I gave my son another chance to straighten his behavior up and actually apply himself at school, which he is fully capable of.
I give my son another chance to straighten up his behavior.
But and he's straightened up some, but he's still coming. He's already registered for school up here.
Oh, okay.
You know, I want him here. He wants to be here. You know,
could that have any, I mean, could this have any bearing on him going missing? I mean, is it possible that he wanted to be with you, so he ran away and got lost possibly?
See, and that's what I don't think so, because he didn't leave with his phone. He didn't attempt to call me. You know, his godparents live up in Clarksville too, and he has their phone number. He could have called them. He could have called and reached out for me, but he also knows that on the weekends that he's with his mom, I'm at work. Because those are the days I work Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
And forgive me, you know, and if I don't ask the question properly, because I don't know Sebastian, but you know, there was said that he, you know, had his own money, phone, glasses. Would he have known to take all that stuff if he was leaving? I mean, he wouldn't have left. Would he? I don't want to say he wouldn't have. Would he have left barefoot under any circumstances that you can think of?
Not that I can think of.
Yeah.
So if he was running away, he probably would have taken his backpack. He would have taken his Switch. He would have taken his games because he likes to play video games. He would have taken toys because his toys are, you know, they're his.
Sure.
He probably would have taken his phone too.
And he could dial his phone to you right away. He could take his phone and call you. There was a direct line there.
Yeah, at any point in time when I called, it's like somebody mentioned that I had to call Chris to talk to Sebastian. No.
Okay.
I've called Sebastian's phone. If he doesn't answer, then I will call, because sometimes you got to rush out the door.
It just makes me really sad actually watching these to see how different his reaction and everything was.
He doesn't have his phone on him.
Yeah, right.
Yeah. Hey, I need to go to the store. Come on, let's go. Get to the truck. You're like, you got your phone on you? No. You're supposed to have it on you.
Is this helpful? Put a 1 in the chat if this is helpful, or most of you remember all of this. put a 2. If that you remember all this and this is unnecessary, put a 2. Put a 1 if this is helpful. If it's not helpful, we'll cut to the next one. But I think it's important for people to remember some of these things, especially when people like Trevor Lee are being gone at over stupid shit. Most of you are saying it's helpful. Few of you are saying you remember all this stuff. There's a lot that you've forgotten. Okay. Well, we're going to continue on for a little bit and then I will switch it over.
You know, here it's go get your phone then.
Yeah.
Or if I'm running to the store to pick up some stuff, a gallon of milk or whatever I'm picking up, it's like, don't worry about it. I have my phone.
Was he able to stay home alone?
He was responsible enough. He stayed home alone during break.
Yeah, he's 15. I mean, yeah.
15, physically, mentally, not so much.
Yeah. What would you say? Because obviously you know him as well, better than anybody. I've heard conflicting reports, so that's why it's really nice to talk to you. And I appreciate you taking the time to talk to us.
Yeah, because this is cutting into my sleep.
I bet it is, and I'm sorry about that. And you're welcome to bounce out anytime.
It's I know I have to get some sleep if
Sure.
I'm gonna that tomorrow. That's a big.
We don't want to interrupt that, honestly.
I mean that's a big part. So if anybody wants to come help me, my goal is to be up probably by 5 and be out there. It's about an hour and a half from where I live.
So so in what park again was that?
Natchez Trace State Park.
And if there's anybody out there watching this, and this will reach a few thousand people before morning, and we do have a Tennessee audience, in the house for sure. If you guys can help, if you're able to go and help, please do. That's really the best thing is if you can help search, please do. And so you don't think that he would have ran away? Had he ever talked about running away?
No.
Never passing, never been upset. Go, yeah, I wish I no, nothing. Wow. Okay.
Marcy, yes. According to his own words in an interview, he did have to go to work at certain times. And he actually talks about how Sebastian would go out and talk to the neighbors. Yes.
I mean, I can tell you things, but those are personal. He is a child. All right. He is 15. He is not an adult. He's got a good another 10 years. So, I would classify him as, what's the word I'm looking for? Scientifically mature.
Sure. Mm-hmm.
Brain finished developing around 24 to 26 for males. So, he's got a while to go. I know how it was for me. I mean, everything that my mom and dad told me, when I hit 24, 25, things started clicking really, like, oh, that's why they said not to do this. Oh, that's why they said to do this. Like, I kick myself every day for not listening to my parents when I was younger.
Right.
But again, that's hindsight's 2020.
Right. And he's your only child, correct?
Yes, sir.
So at any point, so is it, I did find this a little odd, and maybe you can clear this up for us as well. Did you find it strange that you just got a text message saying call me 911 or something like that? Or is it because you were at work that they didn't know that they could get a hold of you? Because there could be a rational explanation for that, I guess.
I told them that they could call and speak to my captain at any point in time, because when I'm in jail, I can't have my cell phone. They know this.
Oh, okay.
But
I got you.
Was call and ask to speak to either the lieutenant or the captain on duty, or even the sergeant's office. They would have came and got me. That's family, and a lot of my sergeants are pro-family. I mean, I took a leave of absence, and they granted it.
Was there a delay in getting a hold of you because of that?
Nobody knew anything. So I didn't get that message till I got to my truck. So at about 7:20 is when I got to my truck, and I saw the missed call and a text message, and I immediately called Chris back.
And yeah, okay.
Huh. Revival, I do.
Okay.
We don't live in a perfect world.
Yeah,
It's
we
not
don't.
what I wish it would have been, but it's the way it is.
It's the way that it is. I mean, there's no changing it now. His glasses, how dependent on those is he?
But now there's an entire different story around all of the things that happened and how odd things were. And
He puts them on as soon as he gets up out of bed.
Jeez, yeah, okay, yep.
I mean, look at his dad.
Look, man, I'm supposed to wear them too. I got mine right here, but I don't know. Just I got the stigmatism. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I got to get that close for this to be clear, dude, without my glasses.
Oh,
But
okay.
with my glasses, I got 15/20 vision. So
he wouldn't leave without his glasses.
no.
And he didn't leave with his glasses, correct? Is that what we're being told?
I thought he left with his glasses. I thought he had his glasses on. If that's something new, then I didn't know about it.
Trevor.
Cappy, I agree with you on that. I think there was some underhanded shade from jump, but I think he was still trying to kind of keep it together more so. But I do think that there was some, I mean, they definitely had a strained relationship, a strained divorce, there was strain there. So I think that was evident. And I think there was some natural shade. I think that would be pretty normal, though, for anybody in this circumstance with a missing child and a horrible divorce. But I agree with you on that.
Yes.
Tell me about the glasses. Did he have the glasses?
It's been reported since the beginning that he did have his glasses. Yeah.
And he did. Okay.
No shoe.
Oh, wait, there's Trevor coming in and filling in the details.
But yes, the glasses.
Okay. And so he's very dependent on his glasses, that the glasses are gone. Cell phone where was cell phone? At home?
Cell phone was left at the house, at his mom's house.
And but you said that it's possible that, he may not have taken it anyway because sometimes he'd leave it.
Sometimes he forgets it.
Yeah. Okay. So that's fair enough.
Normal human thing. How many times have you walked out and had to go back to get your wallet?
I don't know, 7 times today. So that's normal. He's a 15-year-old boy. Can you tell me and I'll let you get to bed because I know you have a big day tomorrow, but tell me a little bit about his routine. I mean, what would break his routine? Did he get up in the morning, pour himself some cereal, play some video games? I mean, what would be a typical morning on a Saturday you had him?
Typical Saturday morning, normally I'm the one waking him up. Make a pot of coffee if he didn't already prep it the night before. He's 15, but I'm still his dad.
Yeah.
I'm also the tickle monster. And
I'm super tickler, so I'm gonna have to stay clear.
So is he. I would go in there and just tickle the piss out of him until he got up, and then it's depending on, he's not a morning person from my experience. All right. He don't want to get up. He's a teenager.
Yeah.
He wants to sleep in. But it's hey, the longer you sleep, the less time we get to chill and hang out.
Sure.
And that was, he would start, and then I'd tickle the shit out of him.
Yeah.
I am going to speed it up one more time because we still have a lot to get through and we are going on 2.5 hours already. I hate these streams like this, but I think it's so important for people to see all of the different pieces and how much has changed now, and Trevor Lee getting attacked by Bullhorn Beddy now and what actually went down. I really think this is important to lay it out like this. And I appreciate you all sticking with me. We're going to get through some of this because the rewrites and the things that are happening, if you go back in the beginning, these were very confident answers. These salacious stories and details. I've got so much to, yeah.
I used to do that to my oldest son when he got really tall, his feet started to hang off the bed a little bit. I actually had to get custom beds made for them at one point because they're both so tall, but in the morning I'd tickle his feet. I mean, he would just kick like a mule, man. And he got me one time real good. I had it coming, to be fair. So I get it. That makes him up. Yeah.
I mean, I'd tickle him until he got up, and if he was giving me any type of grief, I want to sleep in, I'd be like, smell that? And most of the time he'd be like, Dad, why'd you do that? And I'm like, I'm talking about the coffee, son.
Not crop dusting him.
Yeah, pretty much. No dust happened this morning. I'm trying to wake you up, not pass you out. Okay, come on.
Yeah.
And I mean, get up, and then it's I've started with teaching him how to cook. So most of the time it's, what do you want for breakfast? And he's like, I don't know. And I'm like, you want input rabbit tracks? No, Dad.
I do want, yes, please post that GoFundMe in the chat, please. We 100% support what he's doing. So we're gonna do that for you because I think you need all the help you can get right now, my friend.
I appreciate it. I mean, the only thing I ask, my sister's in charge of that. I don't even look at it. I don't even have the link. I don't even have Facebook. I mean, come on.
Totally. No, I understand. So I believe they do have the link and they're going to put it up. Amy just asked, so they're going to do that. And so what you guys, bacon or eggs? Were you teaching them how to cook bacon and eggs? That's a
He's
staple.
well, bacon is a staple.
Yep.
Eggs is a staple. But his favorite, I mean, he loves bacon. The boy loves bacon. The boy loves eggs. His favorite thing in the world, last time I knew, was a toasted peanut butter and jelly sandwich.
Fire. That's fire.
You know?
I love PB&J, and I like it with the soft bread, but
coffee and a toasted peanut butter and jelly sandwich. I mean, that was my Aunt Sharon's favorite thing. She's the one that turned me onto that when I was like 10, 11, and I turned my son onto it. But bacon, he likes sausage, gravy, and biscuits.
oh yeah, big time.
I was born and raised in, several places, but I'm Southern at heart. And there's nothing like sweet tea and coffee in the morning and sausage, biscuits, and gravy.
Biscuits and gravy is an absolute winner on every front. So I don't blame the young man, because I look, I'm a chunk. I'll just admit it. I love, hey, there's nothing wrong. No shame. You can't fat shame me. People have tried.
Is like me trying to lose weight.
Well, it's funny, because he was pretty active, right? I mean, I saw some of the videos that you put up of him, and as they eat, it's just fuel to, what grade was he in?
He was in
10th grade. Yeah. So he's got a,
9th grade, he's going into 10th grade.
So summertime from a freshman to a sophomore is when kids, boys especially, have a growth spurt. They have one between 7th and 8th grade, and then 10th or 9th and 10th grade. I've noticed. I have 2 boys. What's
because
that?
That boy would grow. He came over here for a week, and he grew 2 inches, I think.
Oh yeah.
Just so everybody is aware, one of the things that our friend from TikTok is trying to allude to, Julie, our friend from TikTok, profound autism, Julie, she is trying to allude to that Sebastian was malnourished, underfed, not taken care of properly. That has been something she has been implying over and over again. In fact, comment section has said that. She has asked those questions. She is doing way too much. But I think it's important to also hear how much he was growing and changing and things of that nature. I'll find the exact comment from what I'm talking about, what she has been implying. But yeah, it's gotten a little crazy, I would say, with some of these people coming in late.
Yeah, no question.
His feet keep growing. Had to buy him new shoes. That's how we knew what shoes were, what he has, is because his feet had grown and his shoes were no longer fitting him. So it's one of those things like right now with your feet growing, you don't want to spend a lot of money on shoes because next month you may not be able to fit into those.
Mm-hmm.
That's my opinion.
No doubt.
I buy a pair of boots, my feet ain't growing no more. I'm good.
I used to tell my boys that all the time. And they're basketball players, so they always was like, I have to have the LeBrons. And it's like, oh my God. You're gonna grow out of them in 3 weeks, dude.
You want them, you don't have to have them.
Yeah, exactly. It's called keeping up with the Joneses. You mentioned your mom, and I know that she's been a little vocal on social media. How is she doing? Is she hanging in there? I'm sure you're in constant contact with her. Is she doing as good as possible, I would assume?
It's affecting her. It's her only grandson, just like it's my only son. Wow. It's my only, so
I understand. Yeah,
pretty emotional.
It's I've never had a child go missing. The closest thing that I can even attest to it is I couldn't get a hold of my son once when he went to the river for about 6 hours, and that was awful. And I could just imagine what you guys are going through is hell on earth. It really is. I mean,
I'd rather go through hell.
Yeah, I'm with you, man. I understand. I don't understand, but I do. As somebody that has children, and I feel for you guys, and I feel for the mother, and even Chris. Like sometimes Chris, he doesn't come off well polished, and that could be for a million different reasons. And he feels vilified right now, and I understand that. But I feel, look, if he had nothing to do with this, obviously, I feel terrible. I feel terrible for everybody involved. It's
how things change.
It's just a terrible situation, and but the fact that you're out there, and I know that you're not going to give up. You just I don't know you, but you strike me from everything that I've seen. Your interview with Nick from Channel 5, when I first watched it choked me up because I felt your words.
Oh, here it is. So the other night when Seth, Josh, and Tony were doing the interview, her first comment was, or one of the first comments that she made, did Sebastian seem underweight to Seth? Obviously, if she would have listened to any of the videos, Seth is very confident in the fact that he was growing and changing.
I felt how upset that you truly were. And you're not the crying type, I can tell.
And this is why I wish people could give us, what if we're to be looking now 9 months later How much could he have grown? How much could he have changed? Kids grow rapidly in this time. So the pictures we see possibly might not even look like the child. It's so important, but it's really confusing to me.
And so I see, I can hear it, I feel it hurt, but I can also feel the love between you and your son. And I just feel very, very, I don't know, man. I wish I had words to. Sometimes I feel like a dummy, talking to people like this. Yeah. Trevor, you got anything?
I mean, I'm the same way. So that was just, and I appreciate you coming up. Josh, you've been talking to the past little bit. Has been a huge voice for your son. So I'm glad you're able to come up and talk to us for a little bit.
Because he doesn't have a voice, I have to be his voice.
Well, look, man, I would want.
And then Julie goes on in that same chat to say, Seth should sue CPS for not telling him about the abuse investigation.
I would want somebody just like you looking for me. Somebody that's just, I mean, you're determined, and one thing that I will say is too, public perception and what people think of you. You don't strike me as the type of guy who cares that much.
I don't know how I should take that.
In a good way, because I don't really care what people think either, but I don't want, it's just, I wouldn't take it in a bad way. I'm just saying that you're focused on finding your son, everything else is second or even, third, so it's not an insult by any means.
Well, no, I don't know how to take it. I wasn't trying to be controversial or anything. I don't know how to take the, I mean, it is what it is.
Yeah. And I understand that.
It's like, I've told my son, in this world, the only thing you can control is yourself. You can control how you react and you can control how you act.
Isn't that an interesting statement? I want to go back to Beddy for a moment. We'll go back to some of these other ones, but I've got more I want to get through. And there's a Josh, Trevor, and Seth stream that I want to get to and lay that in, but I also want to go back to Pascal and also another Beddy video. So let's let Beddy take us a little bit further. This is probably going to end up being a little bit longer. I'm sorry for that, but I want this all in one.
I find it appalling and disgusting. And trust me, if you were here, I'd probably bend you over my knees and spank your little butt with a belt for this nonsense here. Maybe.
Oh, wait. Did you just talk about spanking someone with the belt? Oh.
If your mommy and daddy would have done that a little more, you might not be this way. You might not have been conned over. These people are destroying your reputation, and I'm going to help them do it. Okay?
Beddy, worry about your own reputation.
So here it is. This is the request. Information, photos, and videos sought. $500 to $5,000 reward. This is in Hendersonville, Tennessee. We are seeking photographs or videos taken inside Texas Roadhouse at 309 Indian Lake Boulevard in Hendersonville, Tennessee, on or around February 25th, 2024, between 5 p.m. and 11 p.m. This was the location of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers' last known meal, shared with a group that included his biological mother, Katie Proudfoot, on the night he vanished. If you were there and have relevant photos or videos, your submission could help uncover critical details. A reward of $500 to $5,000 is being offered for qualified material. Email litigation@night.agency or call 844-922-3236. Please share this post to help spread the word. Every piece of information matters. Together, we can make a difference. Wow. What a professional way to gather information and also help the people that have the information with a little Christmas money.
Did she just say Christmas money? She did. Let's let her talk a few more seconds, and then I got something to show you.
Sounds like a winter chicken dinner all day long, and you got butthurt Beddy over there cooking up hate.
Butthurt Beddy, speaking of butthurt Beddy, do you remember your own exclusive interview with Seth Rogers on May 30th? Do you remember that? Let's go to about the 36-minute mark in this interview. I think I've got something that might shock some people that was said on Beddy's panel. Let's go.
Because you had not spoken to your son since the Thursday before he went missing. Yeah, well, I'm sure even when you do have an opportunity to get sleep, your brain probably doesn't shut off. So
it doesn't.
So this is going to be, I don't know this is going to be a little bit different. You asked for a kind of, I don't know how, I'm just going to be blunt. You asked for basically a proof of life video from law enforcement because you had not spoken to your son since the Thursday before he went missing. So you didn't speak to him Friday. He was out Saturday with his mom, Sunday, and then Monday he wasn't there. And so law enforcement did bring you, brought you in and talked to you about the Roadhouse video, and you got an opportunity to see your son walk out of the restaurant. Can you?
Isn't that weird? Beddy today trying to defend them asking for video that she knew law enforcement had already shown Seth. Isn't this weird? Oh, yeah. It's weird.
Tell me, what was the first thing that you noticed when you saw that video?
Is it live? It was literally just a proof of life video.
What was his demeanor like?
There wasn't enough for me to tell.
How about the clothes that he was wearing? Were those, I think you've already answered this, but just for my clarification.
Chris answered that question.
Huh?
Chris answered that question.
What did Chris say? I must have.
But Seth answered that question. Seth answered that question with Pascal. Hold on. Let me just pull that up really quick. Hold on. Sometimes I give myself whiplash popping back and forth. Let me make sure I'm not muted. Okay. I'm like, oh, all these tabs. Again, back to Pascal's March 29th.
No doubt. No doubt. And I can only imagine. So when you saw him walking out of Texas Roadhouse with Katie Proudfoot, his biological mother, was he wearing the same clothes that they're describing that he was last seen in? Okay. Okay. After seeing that footage, I know it made you happy to see him. Of course, you missed your son. I don't know. Was there any interaction?
Why is he on Beddy's saying that Chris answered? He answered that question on Pascal's on March 20th. I don't understand.
They used his clothes from the night before for the scent dogs.
Okay, gotcha. Did anything appear odd or out of place when you were looking at that video?
Didn't pay that much attention. I was just happy to see that.
Gotcha.
I didn't pay that much attention. I was just happy to see him.
Do I wish I had? Yes. Do I wish I had that video so I could sit there and just look at it? Yeah. Mm-hmm. But I'm not law enforcement in this case. I'm a suspect.
And you have not been?
No, so you're not. You're not a suspect. Law enforcement has never named you a suspect. I don't know how that changed either, because he said that he wasn't privy to any information. It was an ongoing investigation on Pascal's. We heard that too, in many other places, that he had said that he wasn't going to get any information. He said it on Terry Lynn's. I don't know how by May 30th he's considering himself a suspect when law enforcement has never called him a suspect. Okay, let's go back to Beddy. I just wanted to remind you guys that they talked about these videos from Texas Roadhouse on her own exclusive interview. And he is a deputy sheriff, but he's a correctional officer. And actually, hold on. Let's go back to this one, because there's a few other interesting pieces.
Been cleared.
No, nobody has.
I forget.
If you had a list.
Sorry, hold on. I forgot about this upcoming part. It's interesting when it comes to revival.
I think it's kind of hilarious, but
and actually, I'm going to kind of go on a little tangent here, but just to clarify, where do you work?
I work for Davidson County Sheriff's Office.
And what is your job or your job title?
Deputy Sheriff, and I work in the Corrections Department.
And where were you the night that Sebastian disappeared?
At work.
And you said you were at a
correction center.
And so you were at a jail.
I was in jail.
So you were in jail. And I'm sure there's probably, with it being a jail, it's a very secured area.
Oh, yes. I am on camera arriving at 6 p.m. into the garage, which is a secure garage. You have to have badge access to get in or out.
Mm-hmm.
I forgot about this.
And then I'm leaving at like 7:30 the next morning. Exiting out of the garage.
Exiting out of the garage at 7:30 the next morning. Well, why in the other? I got questions. Never mind. Let's.
If you had to list Sebastian's favorite activities to his least activities, which would those be?
Favorite activity?
Why is there just? I don't know. Never mind.
Distraction and BS.
All the time.
And I was trying, I worked with I was about to change the title of this because I'm like, Beddy, it's Sunday. We got to have, raise the roof, put God first. And I thought about it, and I'm like, you know what? This boy used to be godly. He used to do the right thing because it was the right thing to do, not because he was being praised. And he hung around bad people that got him in hot water. And then he wanted to lose his mind because of his little girlfriend having her feelings hurt. Well, let me tell you, Chloe is a POS, okay? She doesn't know her butt from her elbow, okay? And she wouldn't know how to do PI work if it smacked her in the face and over the head and said, hey, this is what PI work really is.
Well, she's a licensed PI, unlike you, who has no credentials except fake ones that you print off on the internet. So there's that. But carry on. Let's continue.
Okay, that's why we don't work with people that have this, true crime experience and say, oh, I want to be a private investigator. Let me go take a book test. Oh, I passed my book test. I'm a private eye. Okay, there's more to it than that because I've worked with the best of private investigation. What they do is not private investigation. It's public investigation, and you don't need a license for it. Okay, you don't need a license for it. But to sit and dog the actual work being done on behalf of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers and his father, Seth Rogers, and try to sit there and throw every time we move the ball forward, try to hinder that progress is disgusting and is not honorable. And I guarantee you, if you talk to your preacher, he would probably tell you the same thing. Pull your head out of your butt, boy. Screw it back on right and get your head back into the game because you doing this doesn't help any case. Any case. And what was it all about? Like you guys and your team could set up tip lines for information at the time it's happening. But 9 months later, when the case has gone nowhere, oh my God, they're not investigating. Well, you know what? The investigators had 9 months and they've done everything but spit in Seth's face.
Well, that's interesting though, because he was giving law enforcement accolades for, he'd never seen so many horses out there. They had 12 dogs. I mean, that's interesting.
So guess what? It's over. Okay. Seth is working with the FBI. He wants Sumner County to do their job, which they haven't been. Why? Because like I told you, they don't have the money. They don't have the money. They're broke. They're not managing law enforcement's budgets well in Tennessee, like I've said, for 3 years. So I'm upset. My grits are burnt. And I had to get that off my chest.
You know what? Something I need to get off my chest is this little part of your interview from May 30th. I just got a question, Beddy. Why are things so different now that are being said? Let's remember this one.
And it's going to suck for you, and I know. And if you need to stop or slow down, just let me know. But I want you to kind of go back to the morning of February 26th when you listened to your voicemail message and you heard Chris on it. Was it Chris? that was on the voicemail?
The
Say
text
your son.
message.
For those of you that listened to the interview the other night, this might be interesting. Thank you, Wanderlusting. I appreciate you guys. Sorry if I'm giving you whiplash, bopping back and forth in and out of interviews, but there's just one thing that will trigger another in memory, and I'm over here like scrambling to pull up this or finding this timestamp because there's certain things that I remember in certain interviews, but there's a whole lot more here. Like there's so much, but I appreciate you guys bearing with me through this because it's interesting to say the least.
Text message. And
I had a missed call and a text message from Christopher Proudfoot telling me to 911. So I called him.
And what was that conversation like?
Don't be angry or mad. Sebastian's missing. What are you fucking talking about? My son is missing.
Did you find the statement, don't be angry or mad, odd?
Yes and no. I mean, my son's missing.
Yeah, yes and no.
You know, distraught would have been a better word. Confused on why he's gone. Mad and angry now. With what I know, yeah. Mad and angry fits now. But then again, what I know now is everything that Chris knew beforehand.
Oh, so up until these May-ish interviews, I got questions. And I don't blame him for going back and looking at things and saying, you know, that is odd now. It wasn't odd then because all of that, like, I can understand some of that emotional conflict and memory changes of certain things, but some of this I can't quite understand. I'll be honest.
Did you get immediately concerned when you got that call that there was something seriously wrong? Did you just know immediately?
I left there and I was doing well above the speed limit trying to get to Katie's house to find out what's going on.
Looking back on that call,
he was doing well above the speed limits to get there.
That call you had with Chris, does anything now seem out of the ordinary or odd?
Yeah. Yep. You guys are picking it up.
The lack of emotion, maybe?
Interesting. When you got there, what did Katie personally tell you happened?
I'll pull that just because you guys are absolutely picking up exactly what I was wondering.
Did you guys talk when you got to the house?
When I got there, I assessed the situation before I walked in. There was law enforcement was everywhere, in and out the doors, so on and so forth. By the time I got there, the dog people were there and the drone people were there. I was the last one to this stupid fucked up party.
Did that change too? Did that change too? That the dog people and the drone people were already there when he got there?
What was it like when you arrived at the home outside of the craziness from law enforcement? You know, what was the behavior of the people, Katie and other people that were there?
When I walked in, Katie said something to me and then shoved her phone in my face. There was a picture of Sebastian, the one that You see him with his optimism shirt on.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of confused me on why she's shoving a picture of Sebastian in my face. I know what my son looks like.
Do you know why she did that?
No, still don't know why. I just started looking to see what I could see. Obviously, my son's not there.
How long were you there?
Turned around and I was there for a little bit, just enough to talk, to find out what was going on, to find out if they had any evidence or if anything, to hear the evidence that was being said. And then I jumped in my truck and started looking for my son.
Immediately.
Within 30 or 45 minutes. I don't like a lot of people around me to begin with.
Mm-hmm.
And obviously my son's not there. And I'm under the assumption that he just walked out. So I jumped in my truck and started looking. Driving up and down the roads, screaming for my son.
Did you stay with Chris and Katie there for several nights?
I didn't stay the night, if that's what you're asking. Hell no.
Oh, okay, so you guys didn't sleep. Well, because I had heard rumors that you and your family stayed there, and I was going to ask you about some.
No,
You know.
Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday. They told us not to search. All right. They told us not to be getting out and walking through the forest and shit like that, looking for Sebastian. That they didn't want.
Actually, I think he is implying that he was searching in this recent one. But I'm going to let this play and then I'll just play the audio from that because I do think he is implying, he says pedal to the metal, but he didn't get a ticket.
One of us to go missing while we're looking for our son. Understand that. It's why I did my searching out of the vehicle. Mm-hmm. Driving around, hollering for my son, going up and down every road, looking as far as I can see.
Did you guys hear him say if he noticed right when he walked in the door that the shoes were there in this one on May 30th? Because that's one thing I notice is different. But I'm going to go over here and I'm going to play it behind a screen just because these guys have threatened to strike people. We're only going to listen to a couple minutes of this, but I just want to compare the audio of these right quick. So please bear with me. I will be, like I said, I will be doing a pre-recorded of these back to back, but I just want to play this little section here because this is where, just to make sure, but I do think he's implying that he was speeding in this one too.
Shooting the shit, not a care. Like, it's my day off, I'm off now,
And of course, this all still falls under fair use guidelines. So there's that. But
so there was no rush for me to get to my vehicle because nobody let me know anything while I was at work. And I spoke to other officers and then I was like, hey, y'all have a good one. I'll see you. The next day we work and I got in my truck about 7:20 and I saw that I had a missed phone call and a text message from Christopher Proudfoot saying, 911. And that's when I turned around and I called, and that's when I found out my son was missing.
And just for purposes of, I need to say this, I can't imagine what at that moment, I don't even know if I'd be able to recall any of the events after that. Truthfully, I think I would have probably blacked out. So I am trying to give some benefit of the doubt. This is extremely traumatic.
So what was that conversation like when you finally got him on the phone? And do you happen to remember what time the text was versus the missed call? I mean, was that right at 6 o'clock? Was it at 7 something?
6:22.
Okay, so they went through the business of Katie calls Chris calls the sheriff. And then when all those calls were made, then they reach out to you for the first time.
Anybody in the chat? So they reached out to him at 6:22. Does anybody remember what time the dispatch call was made? Anybody offhand? Let me go over here right quick. I'll play this. I'm gonna pull it really quick.
The text was at 6:22. From my understanding, they called the sheriff's office at like 6:33. So
they contacted Seth before they contacted the sheriff. And just so you know, really quick, this is the dispatch audio from Jessica Daniels.
Heading missing 1008 Stafford Court, 1008 Stafford Court, Hendersonville. Caller advised that the 15-year-old girl is not in the bed.
So 6:39, the dispatch audio starts. Okay. You guys heard that right? So they contacted Seth before they contacted law enforcement, just to be clear. According to what Seth is stating, if they contacted him, if the call was missed at 6:22, the dispatch audio starts at 6:39.
Seth, what was the first thing that Chris said to you on the phone? What was the very first thing he said?
Don't be mad.
And at any point, did he ask you if?
Yes, I'm assuming the actual call went in at 6:33, but the dispatch audio starts rolling at 6:39. That's all I'm trying to verify based on that stuff that we have right here. So, yeah, interesting though, huh?
If you had seen Sebastian or heard from Sebastian?
He never asked me that sort of stuff. They knew I was at work and they didn't bother to call my work. I was pretty much
You say they knew you were at work. Is that what you just said?
Yeah, they knew I was at work.
And I'm assuming that Josh or I or anybody else that really wanted to get an urgent message to you could call Sumner County Sheriff's Office and say we have. Okay.
They live in Sumner. I work in Davidson County.
Yeah, I mean, they could have called and said in Davidson County and said, hey, we got an urgent message for Mr. Rogers, right?
Yeah.
Had you ever gotten messages like that before or ever gotten somebody called up there trying to get a hold of you or no?
No, I haven't. There's never been any emergencies or anything. I've gone as far as on my refrigerator, and I had given Katie a copy of it, but I have a whole list of the number to call and then the extensions for every pod, including at that point in time would have been my lieutenant's office as well. I mean, there's every extension to get into dispatch, to get into the lieutenant's office, the sergeant's office. Every pod, there's an extension that you would have been able to, to get to.
So they really didn't even need to look for that. You gave it to her.
Yeah. Chris said afterwards that they didn't have it. So
You guys can still hear this properly, correct? I'm not going to play much of this, but as we're going through all these back and forth, I'm like, wait, what a minute. Hold on a minute. There's one more section I want to get through where he says he's pedal to the metal because I'm sure he was speeding.
Okay, so you get the call. He says, "Don't be mad." What was your response to that?
Don't be mad, but Sebastian's missing and the cops are at our house. Like,
is that one of those things when you hear that Sebastian's missing, you go, well, he's got to be around there somewhere. They're going to find him, in 20, 30 minutes or something. Was that the feeling, or was it I mean, was it more grim than that?
And if I'm being honest here, I don't blame any of them. They tried to get a hold of Seth. Chris called and texted. They didn't know that he was going to, he didn't know that there was going to be an emergency. They didn't know that he wasn't going to hang out a little bit after work. I don't think anybody's at fault for how any of this went, if I'm being honest here. But I think then the next call was directly to law enforcement. And then I think things just went moving along until Seth contacted. They were able to tell him and get him headed the right direction. I think it was chaos for all of them, but I really think that they tried to get a hold of Seth. It just so happened that day, who would expect any of this to go on? Nobody. And I'm sure it was just panic ensued. So I think that the team continues to go back to these moments and it would be chaotic. It would absolutely, I don't think anybody's at fault for any of this. Truly, that's my opinion though.
Him telling me that my son was missing. My son has never been an eloper. He's never been one to go missing. Never have I ever had the phone call ever that my son was missing.
Women are scared. That's probably because Katie was at the house dealing with the police department and Chris was probably doing the contacts. Katie was driving, looking for Sebastian, from my understanding, to the high school at that time. Potentially, again, I wasn't there, but that's just my assumption. I think that's pretty normal that Chris was trying to get a hold of people and she was driving to look for him. I'm sure.
So was it, I think what Josh was asking is, was it, we'll figure out where he's at, or was it that pit in your stomach that every parent has had when their child's missing for 5 or 10 minutes and they can't find him?
I've never had. I've always known where Sebastian is. I've always known who he's with or where he's at. I mean, 7 o'clock rolls around. I know that he's getting on the bus or getting ready to. The school's picking him up. He's going to be at school if it's on the weekends. I know he's with his mom. And it's never been one of those things on I'm not knowing where he's at.
Right.
So me getting this call, and it was just like, I got to get over there. That was my only thought process, was to get to their house.
So how long was that conversation between you and Chris?
Probably less than 50 seconds.
And then you said, I'm on my way.
Yeah, I was already in my truck, started it. As soon as I heard that shit, I was backing out of the thing and heading towards the entrance for the garage so I can get out.
So what does that look like then? You leave Davidson County, and where do you go then, and what do you do?
It took me like an hour to get there.
Straight there.
I mean, it was just pedal to the metal and go. Morning.
He said pedal to the metal.
Traffic.
Morning traffic.
Going straight over there. I didn't get pulled over. I didn't see any cops or anything, and I didn't give a shit.
He didn't get pulled over. He didn't see any cops or anything, but he was pedal to the metal. Okay. I just wanted to. Okay, we're going to go back to this one just because. Interesting.
Screaming for his name. Almost went and bought a bullhorn.
I got a couple around here. I can send you one.
I don't even want to listen to this anymore. That's interesting though. I'm going to take those back and forth. I'm going to line those out with back to back to back because I think that's interesting. But he did say he was going pedal to the metal. He did so implying that he was speeding. Same thing that he said to Bullhorn Beddy. But the interesting thing that he says now that he noticed the shoes were missing right away, and listening to him on Beddy's, he didn't say anything about the shoes. Interesting. Anyways, just little things. Let's go back to this with Beddy. I'll lay that out later with all of that, but some of this stuff just makes my head spin. I want to lay in a couple more pieces though.
Now that I've ran him over with the bus a couple times, I feel a little better. Thank goodness we didn't.
Yeah.
I'm gonna train Delilah to fight butts. Can I borrow a couple butts to train her on? I don't want to use mine. It sounds like it might hurt.
Do I see anything wrong with them? Jamie McLeod. I see 3 parents, all 3 of them, Seth, Chris, and Katie, that have a missing child. I think they're absolutely all experiencing different things, different emotions. Do I see anything wrong with them? I don't know them for a baseline, so I can't tell you or judge that on any of them. The only thing I can really judge is like back and forth. And we have gone over, just so you guys are aware, we have gone over Chris and Katie's interviews on Duchess's channel. There's a whole list of them. And we were hyper critical of different things, of changes of stories and things that were a little inconsistent that we've noticed. But then we all kind of just felt like we don't even know their baseline, let alone they're going through the most traumatic experience. As far as me personally, I don't know their baseline outside of a traumatic situation that everybody's going to act differently about. Same with Seth. What I do notice with Seth is the people, like how much, in my opinion, he's been emotionally exploited by the people around him. And they really lead the questions of him changing stories. Like they lead him into changing stories. It's weird to me, and that's very noticeable. But I don't know them.
Nicole saw that. And I say they can't play both sides against the middle, in my opinion. Yeah. Well, you know, and that's the problem. They're in their echo chamber that's rooting them on because they have all these disgusting hate channels in their audience, which are some of the worst disgusting people. You know, I mean, these people don't care about these cases. They don't care about whether this child's found. All they care about is spreading their hate. And if you look at it, what has any of these hate channels gotten a thing right?
Well, let's go back to talking about, because you were smearing Trevor Lee openly. So let's go to another interview from March 27th with The Lab. Since you tried to smear Trevor Lee this morning, I want to take people back to this. This was, again, the 27th of March on the Lab's channel with Trevor Lee. And Seth comes up, but I want to play this part of it.
I hope my daughter brings home. Jeez. How thoughtful. That's very nice. Very nice.
Yeah. But pay attention to what Seth said, guys. I mean, they asked and I was happy to go on there, but hey, listen to Seth. I mean, he's
first we're going to hear your part again.
Search efforts on Saturday.
I mean, John.
Today was the first day volunteers were encouraged to help in the ongoing search.
There's really a lack of answers, and the truth is nobody knows where he is. And I see his family hurting, and I see a community trying to rally together around this boy.
But the turnout.
Well, I thought you.
Well, wait. Is that our Trevor Lee out there on the ground searching, doing interviews? Like I said, Trevor Lee is quoted as a volunteer. Beddy's quoted as a harasser in the news. Whoops, significant difference. But let's let them play it out.
Maybe. Well, that's true.
Volunteers say was not.
Hey, do you think Seth's here?
Not enough. With criticism online, Seth says the drama on the internet has deterred some people from helping, and he says it needs to stop.
People need to stop their ego. Just because you pick up a phone and start recording, you can either help with that or you can hinder. I am asking the world to help me find my son. I need my son back.
The handful of volunteers that did show spent the morning searching their assigned grid plan. Officials with the United Cajun Navy tell me due to a shortage of volunteers, they ended the searches around 3. But
and that seems to be directly because people didn't want to volunteer for whatever reason today. But the days prior, there were a lot of volunteers, correct?
Yeah, it's gone down.
Tomorrow at 90 Volunteer Drive, and the only thing they need is people. As the search continues, for now, Seth is just clinging on to the memories and conversations he shared with Sebastian.
He's a teenager. He's 15. I understand. Oh, Dad, no. You're old. Okay, I'm old.
How old are you, though, Seth? That's the question.
Still your dad. You still have to deal with it. You may not want me here now, but you're going to need me later.
You know, my oldest son always says to me, he's like, dude, you're like 50. I'm like, I'm not even close to 50. Like, I'm like, what, 12 years away? That's not almost 50, right?
Yeah, you got some time to get 50.
I would think, 12 years is a pretty long time.
That is
I
a long
mean,
time.
well, it'll be here, before you know it. But I mean, he said, dude, you're like 50. And I'm like, well, then, because he's 20. I'm like, well, then you're like 30.
And I'm going to be there for him.
I'm over 40, but under 50. Nothing's wrong with 50. I'm just not 50.
Like you are right now.
Seth says that he's over 40, but under 50.
Right now.
So he's either 41, he's 41 through 49.
I'm there for him.
There you go.
In Sumner County, Caitlin Quisenberry, News 2.
Yeah, man, that's just terrible, to be honest. I hope all that gets straightened out, and I hope everybody kind of, everything mellows out where a search.
Sorry, you guys are going to hear crinkling for just one moment. Their groceries are getting put away, and I had to step inside for a second. But I'm going to continue to play this because I want you to hear when Seth pops up. So I'm going to fast forward to where Seth pops up. But I just want to remind Beddy, again, this is a different interview. This was from March 27th. I want to play a little bit of this because I think there's a significant change that we're seeing in him, which I'm sure there is. I'm sure he's emotionally exhausted.
Wore out.
But watching Beddy rewrite history pisses me the fuck off.
I think I am.
Yeah. So,
I'd like to answer the question that was asked. I'd like to start it off with that to begin with. My son never told me that stuff. My son never told me what was going on in that house. If he had told me what was going on in that house, he never would have left mine, period.
who asked the question?
Miss Black.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah, man. I mean, the people are just.
If I had known that my son was being abused mentally, physically, socially, no. He would have been in my house last year. And I just enrolled him in a different program.
Yeah. Yeah. Look, yeah. I don't think there's always somebody that's going to say something, but I don't think that people.
Give me 1 second because I'm gonna go back just another moment here to this one. A week prior. Give me 1 second. Sometimes I just sit here and scratch my head of like, this can't be real, is it? Like, this isn't what's really happening here. All right, give me a second.
Was aware that it was happening. I mean, did he talk about it a lot with you?
Well, you know how Chris said, shoulda, woulda, coulda? Hindsight's 20/20. He was supposed to come live with me last year.
Oh, okay.
But I gave my son another chance to straighten his behavior up and actually apply himself at school, which he is fully capable of. But and he has. He's straightened up some, but he's still coming. He's already registered for school up here.
Oh, okay.
I want him here.
He was having behaviors, but you were giving him another chance. But now, I don't know. I don't know. This bothers me. I'm sorry. It bothers me.
He wants to be here. It's.
Could that have any? I mean, could this have any bearing on him going missing? I mean, is it possible that he wanted to be with you, so he ran away and got lost, possibly?
See, and that's what I don't think so, because he didn't leave with his phone. He didn't attempt to call me. His godparents live up in Clarksville too, and he has their phone number. He could have called them. He could have called and reached out for me, but he also knows that on the weekends that he's with his mom, I'm at work. Because those are the days I work Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
And forgive me, if I don't ask the question properly, because I don't know Sebastian, but there was said that he, had his own money, phone, glasses. Would he have known to take all that stuff if he was leaving? I mean, he wouldn't have left. Would he? I don't want to say he wouldn't have. Would he have left barefoot under any circumstances that you can think of?
Not that I can think of.
Yeah.
So if he was running away,
Okay, I made my point. I'm going back to this one again. This was a week between these. That was from the 20th, and this is from the 27th.
Well, I know that I don't.
Why did all this?
It never once crossed my mind to think like, why is he letting him in this situation? And because he didn't. I mean, it just. I never thought that one time. So I'm sorry that somebody asked that. That was not cool to. No.
is that don't take offense to it. It just makes me hurt a little bit more because my son didn't tell me.
Sure. So I mean,
So I think that's important right there too. Sebastian never made these allegations to him or told him.
This is probably just a lot for you. This is a lot for you to digest, and I know that you found out some things probably in the last 48 hours that haven't been easy to digest. I'm sure, but the focus remains the same. Right?
Find my son.
Find your son. Yeah. And are there going to be some volunteers coming out tomorrow?
Hope so.
Yeah. Where you guys? I mean, like, where do you get your? I'm just wondering, where do you get your tips and stuff from, or is it just places that maybe? How do you kind of come up with the locations?
I've got people on the internet. People send a lot of things to my sister, to my mom, to other people that are helping me on some of these Facebook pages, and they come into me. I go through them all, and it's before when it was just me. It was like, well, I know what I'm doing today. I'm going to check out this place. Then I'm going to check out this place.
Yeah, because I think that, I mean, besides the actual searching itself, kind of just coming up with a place to search has to be difficult in and of itself. I mean, you want to search wherever you can search, but without any concrete leads, it is kind of difficult.
Because I don't get the leads from that TBI and them get.
Right.
I tell people, if you have leads, tell TBI. They can go search them. My sister, she gets leads from people.
It's also interesting. Clue is pinned on the screen as she will be there for Searching with Seth. The things that shifted.
People, she sends them to me. I send them to TBI.
Right.
Same point in time, I turn around and tell TBI, I'm going here, I'm going here, I'm going here.
It sounds like that you're very. I have a sister that I'm very close with as well. It seems like that your sister's really, really, really there for you.
She's a bully.
Is she your only sister?
The school question, we have always struggled with that. We don't know what he was truly enrolled in. There's been some discrepancies here and there, so we don't know what he was truly registered in. It's usually impossible to register somebody in a public school, so I don't think he would have been doing online schooling through the public school because you can't usually be registered in two schools within the same state at once. He has said it was like a homeschooling program. I don't know if it was. There's different programs. We did similar things with my little one, but she went to a center, so I'm not really sure what the exact situation is, but there's been a few different statements.
Yeah, she is.
Do you have brothers?
No.
So it's just you two.
Yes.
And is she older than you?
Yes.
It's just like me and my sister did, just like that.
She's somewhere between 40 and 52, but older than me.
My sister's somewhere between 40 and 50 as well, but older than me for sure. That's funny. Yeah, my sister's a bully too, but she still thinks she can tell me what to do. And she still does. And I still listen to it. That's the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem. That's like Chris calling up or Chris telling me that I need to curb my sister or he's going to step on her toes. It was like, good luck.
When did he say that?
When he found out she started the GoFundMe.
What business is that of his?
Oh, it isn't. And he's right. We had an agreement that I wouldn't start a GoFundMe and him and Katie wouldn't start a GoFundMe.
Oh, wait, there was an agreement made that none of them would start a GoFundMe. Okay.
Why was it? Can you tell me why you guys had that agreement?
Something about not making money off of Sebastian's disappearance.
Wow.
Didn't want people to think that, him disappearing was people trying to make money. And my sister asked me about the GoFundMe. I was like, I don't care. Just don't include my son in on it. Because I'm not trying to get anything from my son missing. I am trying to find my son. And she was like, okay. I don't have social media, so I didn't even know how a GoFundMe works.
And that was made night number 2, published day number 3.
And so he called you and said,
no, I wasn't.
Oh, he said that to you face to face.
Yeah. I mean, it was his prerogative.
Well, I mean, I disagree, but if that's how you feel, good for you. I mean, I don't know.
People do stuff that you want them to do. We have free will.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
It's like I told Jonathan, I don't care who comes and helps me search for my son, as long as you're helping me search for my son.
Sure.
I also find it interesting that this was 6 days after JLR first stepped foot there. JLR did his interview with Seth at Natchez State Park on the 21st, and this is the 27th. Man, things that make me question a lot.
I know that Jonathan has a past. I'm in law enforcement. I'm around murderers, rapists every day. And I hope that they change. They may not get a chance to go back out into society because their sentence is long, but I'm not there to punish them. I'm there to make sure they're abiding by policy. I'm there to make sure that they stay safe too. Jail's not a safe place. I don't judge what they've done. They've already been judged. That's why they're there.
Well, there is no doubt that these shows, these podcasts can garner a lot of attention for the right reasons, the wrong reasons, but and can get people, your son's face out all over the world. There's no question about that. And that people with platforms, I mean, we all have a responsibility.
Really?
There's no doubt about it. I think that people do genuinely want to help, and sometimes people butt heads. I mean,
I'm speeding them up.
And this is a high stress situation, no question about it. Especially for you, your family, the searchers. I mean, it's a very, very high stress situation, and so I'm not here to bag on anybody, but yeah, I think people just want to help. I think for the most part, people are pretty genuine, when they want to help, and I mean, anybody that shows up seems that way. I don't know. I can't tell people's intentions. I've always had a problem with that. It's trying to. So I don't even really bother with that, other than just letting.
No one to like. I'm not throwing his past in his face. All right. I told him to himself that his past doesn't matter to me.
Sure. Right.
I would never throw somebody's past in their face, unless you stab me. Then I might throw that in your face. Stab.
Understandable.
Then a couple months later, they started doxing his record sus team on TikTok, including Tony. All JLR's past. Say it ain't so.
Be upset about that too.
Yeah, that might hurt.
Yeah. Sure, I understand.
And I wasn't there when he was booted off the property. I wasn't there when Dolly was there. I knew Dolly was coming down. I wanted to actually meet him, but I wasn't even informed of that stuff had happened until afterwards.
Yeah. Right.
Oh.
I mean, yeah, I don't know. You got enough to worry about. You got enough to worry about. You need to focus on the searches and the finding your son. I mean, that's not really for you to. I don't think that's really for you to square.
Were you aware that Dolly was going to be flying a drone over their house? I wonder.
Away. I mean, unless that's something you wanted to do, but you don't need that extra stress.
My only thing about some of this stuff is that if you're gonna help search, it's really hard to cook an omelet with a phone in your hand.
Sure.
I know how hard it is right now with my shoulder fucked up. I'm sorry. Can I even cuss on here?
You can.
Cool. My shoulder's fucked up, and it's hard enough for me to drive, do half the things that I was doing. So yeah.
Chasing. This is exhausting to see how this is it's just disheartening.
Kind of fucking sucks.
So you've had a shoulder injury before?
No, this is kind of new.
And is that from search? That's from being out there and searching.
Got a knot about yay big in the back underneath my shoulder blade.
And let me say one more time for anybody in the back that might feel differently. I'm not doing this because I think Seth is involved in the disappearance of his child. I really genuinely do not believe that Chris, Katie, or Seth are involved in Sebastian's disappearance. I don't know what to believe at this point in time, but I am still in the camp of right now we go off of what law enforcement has told us, and law enforcement has said their stories have been vetted and they've been cooperative. Sebastian could have walked out of that home and succumbed to something in the woods, and he could still be way closer than people think. I don't know if he did anything else. If anything else is, I have no idea. I'm not law enforcement. I'm not privy to any of that information whatsoever, but I do not have any indication off of anything that leads me to believe Seth is involved, Chris or Katie, because law enforcement was very confident that all their stories had been vetted and they were all being cooperative. So don't get this twisted. I feel like this is a great display of showing the changes in the emotional exhaustion and the emotional manipulation that has been done to Seth. Meanwhile, targeting Chris and Katie on what I think are false narratives. And I think a lot of that's been caused by outside influence.
And it's just, I need to increase the amount of water I'm drinking and
Yeah.
not drink so much coffee, which is blasphemy. But
Do you drink what kind of coffee? You drink black coffee?
Yeah.
You ever drink it iced?
No.
As soon as I came halfway out of my mouth, I was like, this guy's going to call me a fruit here in a second. I like
And please understand, I do not expect any of you to agree with me at all. You can have your own opinions, but all of us, they're just opinions. And I'm not about to target the parents of a missing child based on online speculation and rumors and trying to get a baseline of who these people are. I don't know these people. These are complete strangers that our baseline of their behaviors are traumatic. It's a traumatic situation. I leave it up to law enforcement, but it really fucking frustrates me. And I'm furious with people like Beddy and others who have used every chance they've gotten to twist the story and push narratives to create and incite hatred towards the parents of a missing child. On the other side, the same thing for the creators that are doing it to Seth. It's disgusting. We have had no indication that Seth wasn't at work. We've had no indication of any of these things. Are there problematic things that have been said and exploited? Abso-fucking-lutely. But at the baseline, this is a family that will be spending Thanksgiving without their child. There are many parents of missing children. And people like this, these exploiters, this misinformation group that find it so fun to do this to the parents, you're disgusting, all of you.
iced coffee, I can't help it. I'm not, I know. That was a dumb question.
Towards like the coffee is cold in my coffee cup.
Do you like iced coffee? No. Don't ever say anything like that to me again.
I don't even drink ice in my sweet tea. It dilutes.
What if it's not cold?
Because now that they have come in,
Hold on.
And meeting at this basically the same place every day?
Yes, sir.
And then you guys just kind of go from there. But you're not advertising where you're searching because you want a kind of a contained search. Is that the reason for the organization?
They're not telling me where they're searching. Because now that they have come in, from my understanding, they really didn't want me out there to begin with. Which is policy. I mean, it's policy for me not to be out there. I'm emotionally attached to the case.
Mm.
They're worried. Law enforcement is worried that I'll fuck up a scene. That I find my son, and but I know what my job duties are.
There you go. Once again, law enforcement. I don't understand this hatred for Sumner County, the TBI either. Like, I do not understand this. He was very aware of why law enforcement was saying these things. Sorry, I got to go back to Beddy for a minute because this is like watching Seth like this just hurts my heart. It really, truly hurts my heart. And I always wish there was somebody that cared enough about this person to say enough with all the fucking people around him that are, anyways.
They were absolutely wrong. in Lifeline assignment.
I never thought I would hearing Beddy bitch is easier to mentally take than watching Seth be exploited at his worst moment. But you see, once again, Trevor Lee is right there showing support for Seth as he's going through this. But Beddy wants to take any opportunity to smear Trevor Lee. Ugh. Some people just really do something to me. I really, yeah. I'm going to go back to that in a minute, though, because there is one more part I want to play out of that interview.
Remember all that hate and stuff that they spilled? Oh, this child just drowned. The mom just didn't take care of him. And we were screaming, don't, because this child was beaten. And they wanted to call us liars. Call us liars. And the proof's in the pudding. The only people lying is these hate channels. And we keep proving it over and over and over again. And their stupid audience still listens to them. It's like, oh my God, you're right. You got to be right. No, wrong. When have they got anything right? I wish somebody would give me a list of anything they've gotten right, because any of these true crime cases, they've been protecting the bad guys, which at the end of the day, the bad guys go to jail. And it's a public spectacle. And then we can say they were wrong yet again, which we knew. Why? Because they're always wrong. Poor Silver's on the scene trying to get the word out. Yeah, give this to the church in Sebastian's name. Oh, thank you. I'll do that. Thank you, Kat. Thank you so much. So we have Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers. I want people to, if you do have a video, send it over. I mean, you know what? Law enforcement hasn't done squat with it. So send it over to At Night Intelligence Agency. I'm sure that they will make it in good use. And if it helps bring Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers home, you might be eligible for $200,000, not just a $5,000 or $5,000 reward, you know?
Yeah, right before Christmas. Imagine that. I want to take us back to that right quick, though, because she mentioned law enforcement again. And I want to take you back to a section in this. There's actually two sections, but we're going to start with this one about law enforcement, where Seth speaks on law enforcement. Thank you for bearing with me as I flip-flop us all over the place.
Yeah, exactly. So we had a question here. Eric says, does Seth have any thoughts on Chris saying, Ellie told me not to talk about it on certain questions? Any thoughts on that at all?
I'm looking for, I have another phone right here next to me. It doesn't have service, but I love using my Wi-Fi.
Okay.
You said Eric. What's that name? I talk to law enforcement. I know what I can and cannot discuss. And so far, you guys really haven't asked me very many questions that I can't discuss.
Sure, I understand that. Makes sense.
So there was things that law enforcement obviously told them that they preferred them not to discuss. That is my interpretation of what he just said.
You know.
So you just maybe that's more at his discretion than anything else.
Well, I don't know what they tell him. I know what they tell me.
And that's not something that you're able to tell us, correct?
Nope.
Got it. Let me see. Seth, I hope you feel the love the world feels for Sebastian and you. Your heart is shining through. That's true. I agree. I did find it a little odd that Chris did mention that he didn't take a polygraph, and I think that's odd. Although polygraphs, I know that polygraphs they're not typically admissible in court, but they are used as a tool.
Well, in court.
Yeah, and nobody ever asked you to take one, correct? I mean, that's because obviously you were of your proximity and where you were at the time.
I mean, I volunteered. I was like, okay, so you gave her one. When do I go take mine?
So to the idiots that are saying, yo, Rich Wilson, Seth just acknowledged that Katie took a polygraph, just in case you need to rethink your little, I'm going to set him up for a polygraph exam 9 months later, even though they all took them already.
And they never even responded to me. Like, you know how that annoying child gets ignored at the Christmas party? That's how I kind of felt.
Yeah. No, that's it. So what do you think? What do you think of old Trev when you met him the first time?
I was wondering why the wind blew the trash into the party. Hi, partner.
No, that's funny.
I only talked to him for like 5 hours today.
I was gonna say we only spoke for the whole day.
5 hours?
He was asked what he thought of Trevor Lee. He only spoke to him for 5 hours. Sounds like Trevor Lee was, involved for self-serving. Sounds like he was actually really trying to be there for Seth. He was out there searching. Beddy, why are you trying to rewrite what was actually going on?
Yeah, I mean,
And I was being sarcastic when I said,
sure he left his phone over there by his car.
Yeah, no streaming for him. Yeah, that's definitely not Trevor's MO. He's a very, him and I met through another case out of Tennessee. And
I don't know. I mean,
what's that?
Britt asked the question: does mom usually take Sebastian out to do so many things like the day prior? I don't know. I really don't ask about their days because I don't really get an answer anyways. And then Sebastian doesn't really like to talk about what he does at his mom and stepfather's, and we kind of figure out why now. Mohawk Mom, does Sebastian also have a nickname? First of all, I named him. All 4 names, I named him.
I'm having trouble here. Much better. Sorry. All four of them.
All 4 of them. So, Wayne, Drake, Rogers.
Where'd the Dwayne Drake come from?
The Wayne?
Or the Drake?
The Wayne is my dad's name.
Okay.
And Drake is because he's always been my little dragon.
Interesting. That's cute. That's awesome.
Definitely way before some music person thought they could call themselves Drake. Okay.
That makes sense.
Star T, the reason he seems like a normal boy is I didn't raise him like he had a defect.
oh, sometimes I'm going to fast forward it here for a minute. I want to go to the 150 mark.
It's very kind of you. I have some. If he put on his glasses and got his flashlight, he put his shoes on, so it just doesn't make sense. I mean, that's a great point.
Well, Sebastian puts his glasses on whenever he gets up out of bed.
Yeah, right. I mean, that makes. Are you the same way?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. Okay.
These aren't sunglasses; they're transition lens. But I put my glasses on every time I get up.
Let me see here. Speaking of flashlights, was it a Ring camera or neighbor who saw 2 flashlights in his backyard? What time was that? And I'm sure that you've seen the infamous lights. What has law enforcement told you about that?
That it's not flashlights.
Did they say what it was?
They said it was the trash truck. They said the one going that way was that picking up the trash, and the reason it was so fast coming back was because it was going.
And that was caught on a neighbor's camera?
That's what they said.
Wow. Okay. That's interesting. Debbie, what was the question, Debbie? Sorry, the chat's moving fast. It's hard to slow it down.
But we know 2 days later when he's on Pascal's, again, this is March 27th, but as of the 29th, we know that that's not what law enforcement just said. Law enforcement showed him the videos. They showed him a nighttime and a daytime of the same area and confirmed with him. He saw the videos according to his interview on Pascal's on the 29th.
Let me see. Okay. Seth, can a money order be sent instead of a regular check for the reward fund?
All right.
Do you know, Trevor?
I don't even want to talk about that because that's irrelevant too. Back to Beddy.
They are looking for these photos. They are looking for these videos in and around the Texas Roadhouse the night before Sebastian was allegedly reported missing. There's some information. Oh, thank you, Outer Banks. God bless you. I don't like, and many of you guys know I don't like drama, and this drama is not knocking on my door. Was it specific to Bullhorn Betty? But it is a group that I absolutely have a lot of faith in. Right? I have a lot of faith in the At Night Intelligence Agency. I have a lot of faith in Dog the Bounty Hunter as well as Nick the Hat. And I'm so sick of these people stirring up this stuff, calling, brigading parole boards, and then using what they've done to find ways to further insult people that are trying to do good while they're trying to do dirty and ugly. And that's what it's all about. Trevor's doing dirty and he's doing ugly.
Because he made one post telling people to not send videos to them because law enforcement has had these videos since jump. And you've heard so many different examples of many people acknowledging that.
While people are really working around the clock to try to find this boy and bring him home safely, Trevor has blood on his hands.
And that right there is the reason why I wanted to play all of the things that Trevor was a part of. Trevor was on the ground searching. Trevor was emotionally supportive of Seth Rogers for 5 hours a day on a phone call with Seth. He was there in person helping Seth. So for Beddy to say that Trevor has blood on his hands, first of all, we don't even know what happened to Sebastian, let alone to even imply such a thing. You are beneath any, you are vile, disgusting, and a disgrace to humanity. But we've known that forever.
I want that to be clear. What he has done to Seth, what has he done to this case, what him and his little girlfriend that can't keep her legs closed does to these cases is disgusting.
And again, you saw with your own 2 eyes and ears what actually happened. Who attacked who? The text messages between Tony and Trevor Lee and how that all went down. And if you just came in late, rewind. You'll get to hear it all.
It's disgusting. And then here we go again. So then my message is, boy, sit down. Little boy, sit down. Move out of the way to the adults. Okay? Because there are adults out here on these streets that actually care about this boy, not some petty YouTube or hurt feelings bullcrap.
Some adults that continue to misinform and change the stories and lie about things and intentionally amp up their audiences based on misinformation for further content, Beddy. Some grown-ass adults who are making these choices to do things like that, to harass and stalk the parents of a missing child. Yeah, that would be you. Again.
They're eating. Yay. Everybody wants their 5 minutes of fame and attention. They're spoiled. Yes. And he'll never get it again, because anytime he goes into a case, I will be forewarning everybody. I will be coming on my platform, putting his face up on this platform and saying, this is not somebody you want to work with. Why? Because he turned his back on the church. He turned his back on the word, and he went straight to the pits of hell. That's why. I forewarned him that this day would come if he keeps doing this. And he keeps doing this. Shame on him. His old friends that used to care about him are fighting for this boy and trying to bring this boy home while he's sitting there and putting his and always throwing a monkey wrench into the cogs.
Trevor Lee, you can come sit next to me. I'll save a warmed up seat for you.
So for all the creators that actually had respect for them, Smiley, Justin, not to call you out by name, but when's enough enough? When are you going to tell him he's wrong?
When are you going to stand up for your friend Trevor Lee, who has not done anything wrong, Smiley and Spanky, and tell Beddy that she's wrong? She is wrong. They don't need video from Texas Roadhouse. Law enforcement has had it. The games need to stop. Trevor Lee's not doing anything. When are you going to stand up like the grown-ass adults that you are and back Trevor Lee? When you know he's not in the wrong. Spanky, Smiley.
When are you going to tell him to quit interfering with us?
Josh.
You know, you guys are his friends. I turned my back on him a long time ago. Thank you, Patty. You guys should be shocked that your friend is doing this. And I tried telling you why I turned my back. Everybody wanted to be mad at Beddy. I saw this coming a mile away. Distanced myself immediately.
Isn't it weird that all of these people that claim that they're his friend, Trevor Lee's friend, they're a part of the team now? Do you think they'll have Trevor's back even though they know what Trevor is saying is true? Do you think they'll have Trevor Lee's back, or do you think they'll just go along to get along to keep their spot on the team to continue to milk this for content? Fucking disgusting. That should show you who these people are.
Distancing myself immediately. He was wrong then. He's wrong now. And somebody needs to step up and say something. He needs to get away from JLR and company. They're the freaking devil, if you guys haven't noticed. He is the devil, right along with his girl that can't keep her legs closed and likes fishing in other women's ponds.
Well, Beddy, I thought it was really important, because I can't stand JLR just as much as I can't stand you, to come out and tell y'all that I don't have nothing to do with JLR and Trevor Lee. I don't know if he does or not, but Trevor Lee is not in the wrong here. Again, shocker, huh?
Wait till it happens to you. By the way, Boo Boo, it already has. He likes those back seats. Just saying. Just saying. They act like she's living there. I don't think so, because I got photos of him getting out of the back seat of another woman's car. So Just saying, ain't playing.
And that means nothing. A lot of people ride in the back seat of a car. Woo! Good for you, buddy.
Not my problem, boo. Good luck. Not my problem. Predictable.
You notice when she has nothing, she can't land a plane because she can't be factual at all because she knows she's spewing bullshit here, complete and utter bullshit, and she's got to go along to puff her chest for the team, for the greater good, and the riddles and the bullshit that they continue to sell everybody. When she doesn't have anything, she just throws shit out the window and takes a personal attack because she has nothing she can land anything on. So who are you having following Trevor Lee around, Bets?
I can't imagine how Seth feels. I can't imagine how he feels either. That's why I come out here swinging, you know? I'll drive.
Or was that JLR? Was she talking about JLR?
I'll drag somebody. I will drag the crap out of somebody that's sitting there stepping on this man's toes.
You can't drag anything besides your fucking left titty across the fucking carpet because it sags so low. Good try though, bitch.
He doesn't deserve it. What he deserves is people actually having common sense. They know Seth has nothing to do with this, but there's hurt feelings. They're literally selling their soul to the devil and working with the people that did hurt this child. Let's not forget the CPS reports, whether they were responsible for this child's disappearance or not. They hurt this child.
And again, there's no indication that there was any type of abuse because there was not an open CPS case when Sebastian went missing. They opened a CPS case because he went missing. The other one, according to Seth's PI, Heather Cohen, in a news article, it was unfounded and closed. So what is in these CPS reports? We don't know. But the team has tried to emotionally manipulate people to believe that there's something in there. If we knew what was in there, we wouldn't sleep at night. But again, I remind you, I'll take you back one moment in time really quick to one of Beddy's finer moments that she likes to avoid about CPS. They continue to want to paint a narrative about the CPS in Tennessee. Well, completely forgetting about this one.
The communication that was given to me wasn't proper communication.
Have you ever been contacted by DCS at all? Ever in the past?
Not here. Not here. I'd had it at CPS in California.
And can you share what that was related to? Or is that?
My son went to school and told his teacher that I beat his ass. And when CPS showed up, I was like, I told him to clean his room or I was going to bust his butt. Did you bust his butt? No, he cleaned his room. Mm-hmm. There was the threat of a butt whooping.
Right.
You know? And he was like, well, he said that you were going to beat him. And I'm like, wow, okay. So when he came home, I literally turned on the Mortal Kombat and I turned the blood action on. And I showed him what a beatdown was. Mm-hmm. Through video games. I was like, you see all that blood and everything, son? That's a beatdown. I was going to bust your butt. Mm-hmm. Come on. Really? He was like, I'm sorry, Dad. And I'm like, there's no reason to be sorry. It's educate yourself on the verbiage and the words that you use. Because you can blow things out of proportion and not even realize what you're doing. So,
do you think that might, because of some of these things in the past where he did blow them out of proportion, do you think that, you know, maybe some of these things were either blown out of proportion or do you believe that, because that was a long time ago when he was in California, how old was he? Like 7, 8?
Most of those
most of those. Interesting choice of words right there.
No, he wasn't. It was, I want to say 5 or 6.
Gotcha.
You know,
So
he was only going to school for a half a day.
Gotcha.
You know, which was only a couple of hours.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And one more thing I'm going to remind people of because I said it. So if I say it, I'm going to back it up with a receipt. This is what I'm talking about.
Seth Rogers, Sebastian's father, and Heather Cohen, a private investigator who is now working with him on the case. Thank you both for joining us. Seth, I have to start with you. First of all, I can't imagine being in your shoes. I'm so sorry that you're experiencing this, and I'm grateful that you're joining us tonight. I think our viewers need to understand Sebastian was not physically in the home with you. You are no longer married to his mother. But I just want to check in with you, see how you're doing, and if you know anything tonight that you can share with us.
Just know that he's still missing. I know that there's been really no leads that have been shared with me by law enforcement.
When you say there's no leads, are you working with law enforcement? Are they communicating with you?
Not communicating with me. They're communicating with anybody who'd be my private investigator.
Okay, Heather, I want to weave you into the conversation. You started working with Seth. Why are you working with Seth, and what can you tell us so far?
Well, I had received several phone calls, people asking me to get involved in the case, but I wouldn't do it until I was invited in by a family member or law enforcement. And I did end up getting that phone call. A friend of mine said they had talked to Seth and he was looking for somebody, a PI to hire, and he had referred me. So I called Seth and here we are. That was about 2 weeks ago. And yes, law enforcement was standoffish at first with me. And I think that's just because, they had some, Seth can be hard to deal with because he's going through a lot right now.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a lot of trauma. So what can you tell us so far about your investigation? What have you learned? What were the circumstances of the home, of his mother, of his stepdad, the thud that they heard?
Well, I can tell you that from my investigation, I believe that this is a domino effect of events. I believe that we have to go all the way back to probably December and January are going to be key months. There are a lot of events. There was a lot of turmoil surrounding Sebastian. We know that Chris Proudfoot was in the middle of a custody battle with his ex-wife. We know that the daughter did visit over Christmas break. We know that Sebastian was with Seth during that time. We know that that there was a DCS referral in, I believe, February to the Stafford home. That call was likely determined to be unfounded because the case was closed and that file is restricted at this time.
Unfounded and the case was closed. One shot, thank you for the gifted memberships. Likely unfounded and the case was closed and it was restricted at the time. That was his PI and it was a referral. That's what she said. Don't know. Those were her words. But if there was these shocking, horrifying allegations that had gravity to them, do you think that report or referral would have been unfounded and closed? CPS does make mistakes at times, but I've always wondered why they're not suing CPS if they have these damning court documents.
I know Seth has tried to find out more about that call and he has been unsuccessful in doing so. But I've also recently learned.
Yes, the call was made when he went missing.
That there may have been some talk about Chris leaving Katie. And I feel that probably had something to do with Sebastian.
That was rumors that were never vetted or verified at all.
There may have been some trouble in paradise. To me, these are all things that need to be considered.
Scooter, I think you can bring a case against the state. I think you can bring a case against the state for something if there is foundational stuff, but I don't know how Tennessee, all of that works. There's no verification. They have talked about the medication, but I have no proof beyond words. One, Seth has talked about how he did not like certain medications, but I don't have proof that they were actually being withheld, if I'm being honest. Just because he says that doesn't mean that that's what was happening.
Could these things have led up to maybe Sebastian just feeling a certain kind of way and leaving? You know, if he overheard a conversation between.
Could the stress in the home basically have led to him just deciding to leave? I wonder if this is why some of these PIs got let go, because they weren't going to push the narrative that something.
Chris and Katie, where Chris is saying he can't deal with it anymore, he's out, whatever, you know, that could have been motivation for Sebastian to just leave.
Seth, I want to bring you back into the conversation. Was Sebastian safe at his mother's home?
I've heard some things. I have mixed feelings about that.
He's heard some things.
Were you addressing it with your former wife?
Information that has been brought to my attention has been information received since Sebastian has left.
And the morning after.
Since Sebastian has left. I thought that was a very important thing in this article too. Since Sebastian has left.
After he left, what happened in the home? Can you answer that?
I know that I received a phone call on my cell phone that I didn't get until I got off of work. Everything else would be law enforcement or speaking to Chris Proudfoot to figure out what happened.
I just wanted to take us back to that for a moment. But they continue to paint these narratives. We don't know factually what's involved in any CPS reports. They're protecting the privacy of a minor. But we have no idea what's truly going on.
And you want to work with those people? Trevor, you got no business being here. None. Go to the drama channels, because that's where you belong in this day and age. Back to those drama channels. Jonathan's not going to be growing very much more than he's growing. He's going to be kicking Magnolia to the curb, which he can't produce for him, and he can no longer use her. And then where's that going to leave you? It's going to leave you in a hot mess express that you can't get yourself out of, because everybody's going to turn their back on. Because I can tell you right now, I'll never work with you. I don't care if you went to Jesus and prayed to God and said, I have been saved. If you did this once, you'll do it again. I will never work with you or trust you ever in a million years. Period. And I'm pretty sure a lot of the other creators are just like me. When they see you turn like this, they don't want strong creators don't want weak creators around them. I'm sorry, they just don't. They'll lead you, they'll help you, they'll guide you. But when you do something like this, it's hard to ever come back from. And trust me, Jonathan's not a loyal dude.
Strong creators know how to walk a story based on the facts and what's actually going on. They don't have to paint a narrative and twist a narrative about a missing child to make content and go after people and misinform people. I wouldn't consider you a strong creator, Beddy. Maybe strongly misinformed. Maybe strongly delusional. Maybe strongly scummy. Maybe strongly exploitive. Maybe strongly ridiculous, chaotic. But that's the only thing strong about you. Other than that, you're a pretty thin-skinned, weak-spined nobody.
Okay? He's not going to take your back after he's done using you, Trevor. You're done. He just moved another creator out of his way. That's all he did. If you haven't learned that man's MO yet. So my suggestion would be today's Sunday. All of us need to be praying for Trevor Lee. All of us need to be praying for Trevor Lee because he has been misguided.
I think we all need to be praying for your left titty that you've stomped on the nipple of and got your panties in a twist here, because something fired you up here today, and it's not Trevor Lee, because Trevor Lee's not doing shit. Stop stepping on your own twisted nipple, Bets. And getting all riled up and blaming it on random people. Stand up for a moment. If you got out of bed, maybe your posture wouldn't be so bad and you wouldn't be leaning to the left.
Has been misguided. And today's a great day to be praying for somebody. And Trevor Lee.
And yes, my petty is fully coming out. I've listened to this bitch way too long today.
I pray to God you start doing the right thing. I really do. I pray to God you start doing the right thing, because right now you are a disappointment. A disappointment. All right, guys, I'm not going to sit here and harp because we've got a lot to do today. We've got church here in just a little bit.
God, how she can do this. Just, we got to go to church now. We got to go to church after lying about this young man. We got to go to church. I just came on here and yeah, you probably should be repenting, huh?
I wanted to come over here and just let some frustration out. Only being Chris, 2 months. Thank you so much. Kat sees you. Give this to the church in Sebastian's name. I will do that at church time, Outer Banks. Thank you so much. Michelle gifted 1 Bullhorn Betty membership. So if you received your Bullhorn Betty membership, don't forget to tell Michelle thank you. Patty says, good morning, Betty. Good morning to you, my love. Tracy, sending.
Granny, I caught your comments above, and I forgot I was going to respond to it. But I agree with you. I think a lot of people are going to owe some apologies, but I hope they owe a little bit more than apologies, because there's been a lot of defamation and slander, if you ask me, and trying to incite horrible things to happen to parents of missing children. Not just this family, but repetitive behaviors. But I have a feeling this family might just say enough, and I will be cheering them on beyond belief. Whatever I can do.
Some great vibes. Thank you for that. And Outer Banks, 5 Bullhorn Betty memberships. So if you guys receive your Bullhorn Betty memberships, either from Outer Banks or Michelle, please don't forget to tell them thank you. And I want to give them a big special thanks as well. As well to all my beautiful mods, members, and subscribers. Thank you guys for always coming here and supporting me. This is a case that has really, it's one for the books. Okay. It's one for the books, no doubt. We've been working around the clock for this case. We've been trying to keep it top of mind. I think we've been doing a very good job. However, we do have, these channels that don't really care about this case. They care about, being number one. They care about money. They care about.
Holy shit. We care about all these things. We care about everything but the facts, I guess, right, Betty? That's it.
All the wrong things. The priorities are without a doubt skewed and quite frankly screwed up. We try to keep it focused on Sebastian. We have no problem getting into the drama. We just don't create it.
How was any of what she did today about Sebastian? It sure wasn't. Sure as heck wasn't.
Okay, let's be honest. But when I see an injustice, I'm going to stand up and speak up. That's just in my nature. It will be who I will be from the day I was born to the day I go into that grave. That is who I am. I have always spoke up when I see an injustice or.
These aren't injustices. The only injustices that you create. That's what you're doing. There wasn't an injustice by Trevor Lee speaking the truth. It just totally twisted your knickers, didn't it? But how dare somebody speak out against these people when you know as well as the rest of us that FBI, TBI, Secret Service, they've had all this footage. You claim that this organization, it's an organization. It's not just Nick, because Nick can't work with law enforcement, but there's an organization, right? But then meanwhile, you don't even know if law enforcement had this, because why? I thought this organization was working with law enforcement and there was more to it than Nick. You can't keep a story straight to save your fucking life, Betty.
Just some cockamamie BS. And this is some cockamamie BS, if I've ever seen it or heard it. So let's rock it out with our coffee beans out today. Remember, we are more powerful praying. We are more powerful rising above. We're more
the trage evangelist taking us home.
More powerful of getting the message out that we're looking for the photos than we are about this jerk having a crybaby moment in the middle of a store, kicking and screaming, right?
Yeah, I didn't see any of that from Trevor Lee, but I'm sure seeing that from your bed.
So don't let the distractions get to us. We have a mission. The only goal is to bring Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers home. Obviously, these people don't care about the main goal of bringing Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers home, only about the peeing contest associated with it.
Oh, that's why you have misinformed and misled people. Who doesn't really care about the goal here? Because if it was about Sebastian, none of this was necessary. You would have just informed your audience that that law enforcement has had these videos. That's it.
So guys, I just want to thank you. I love you. Have a great day. Rock it out with your coffee beans out. And we will be back after church to have an update, a real update on some things that are going on in this world and in this case. But just stay away. If you have not unsubscribed from the mysterious disappearance of Sebastian Wayne Drake Rogers group or whatever it's called, please consider unsubscribing. They don't deserve your time or your attention. It's turned into a cesspool.
Speaking of fit throwing, do you remember that epic little fit you threw on after you got your badge removed, Betty?
It's been a cesspool for a long time because that whole entire team was fired, right? That's why they're so adamant about trying to destroy an innocent father, because they were fired because they didn't do their job well. And they caused a lot of crap because they didn't know how to handle themselves professionally. And this is why you don't use unscrupulous, unprofessional, and unethical people in these cases. They can cause.
That's why you don't blame people for shitty things that were being intentionally done, like holding on to video to leak intentionally on the date that Chris had a custody hearing.
A lot of problems. But don't worry. Don't worry. People that really do care and that are driving the bus and are looking for this child will keep this child top of mind. If you have any videos.
Betty, you definitely aren't driving any bus. You drove that bus right off the cliff a long ass time ago.
Or photos of that night at the Texas Roadhouse, please consider reaching out to Nick the Hat or Dog the Bounty Hunter to give them that information. Anyways, guys, we'll talk to you guys later. Rock it out, your coffee beans out. Don't forget to be fearless. If you see something, say something. An ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And until next time, please be safe. But more importantly,
shut the fuck up. There's that. We made it. We just shoved a lot in this stream in 4 hours. I'm actually impressed with us. But I'll be honest, I'm too exhausted to even give you guys a little rundown of all the other crazy shit that's going on. I'll save that for later this week. Because right now, my head is topped out of the chaos. And I'm sure all of you are too. I cannot thank you all enough for hanging out with me today and going through all of that. Does anybody have any questions that I might be able to answer before we wrap up here, or anything that you want me to be aware of or anything? I hope this was in some way helpful. You're welcome. That's a fact. I appreciate you guys all being in here. Thank you, Sharon. Thank you, all. Nana's not drunk. Thank you, Kathy. This is what I heard Betty. I listened to Betty this morning and I just was like, wait, hold on. Pull this one, pull this one, pull this one, pull this one, pull this one. And then I just go through and I pull them and then I just line them up. But I'm like, this doesn't make sense. And this doesn't make sense. And this doesn't. You're welcome, Brandy. But Elizabeth, sometime this week, but I think I might cheat. I think I might go to Costco and get an apple pie. I bought all this stuff to make them, but I'm thinking I love Costco apple pie and they're really cheap and they're huge. Just because I've got buns to bake and all sorts of stuff. I'll probably do a live stream on Thanksgiving and cook with you guys while I do my turkey and my ham and everything. That was fun last year. So I appreciate you guys all hanging out. There was a lot of you here for the entire time. I appreciate you guys. Angel, Chasing is working on that one specific thing, but yes, there are people in the background digging through so much. I will be having phone calls this week with some other people locally to me. We need a whole team that knows how to change laws. Trevor Lee is working on stuff too. I will keep you guys informed. That is not my wheelhouse. I will be honest. That is not. I will support anything, anybody. Like, I am not the legal beagle eagle person, and I do not pretend to be. I know changes need to be made, and usually it'll start locally and then move up the ladder, but we're going to have to find somebody that's willing to like kind of take this on. I'll keep you guys updated though as we go. Yeah, we need locally in each and every state. I encourage you guys to call your state legislators, your attorney generals, everybody, and let them know like something's got to change. And I think there will be some changes. I really do think something's going to come. Precious One, thank you so much. OG Fish, thank you. Thank you all for being here. No, I do not think Trevor Lee will put the CPS papers out. Why would Trevor Lee? No, I don't think he would do that, Mr. 68 or MR68. I don't think he would. Absolutely no. Because at the end of the day, that's a minor child's privacy. That's why they keep them sealed, usually. Oh, yeah, some of this stuff is great, gross. Beautiful Disaster, thank you. Yeah, no, play nice. My opinion is absolutely no. No, the CPS papers have not been leaked. There has been some salacious information that's been said by Seth and his team, but there's nothing that has been, I don't know. I have no idea. Dolly offered to pay somebody for him. Yeah, call right, etc. Absolutely. Casual Art, thank you so much for the support. You're welcome, Spitfire. Thank you guys for hanging out with me. Oh, yeah, that shit pisses me off when she's like, they got it all wrong in the Quentin Simon case. What's wrong about telling everybody to wait for law enforcement? Look at what law enforcement did. Nobody had a clue that they were doing what they did. No, MR68, I don't think so. I think she's just puffing her chest because they are so hell-bent on creating every distraction, and anybody that pushes back on it, she freaks out. This is just Beddy, her typical, and unfortunately, with her court date being moved back to January, she's going to continue to do stupid shit like this. Pistol Amy, thank you so much for the super sticker and the support. I appreciate you guys. Yeah, Beddy completed her assignment for the team. Exactly. Creating chaos. They all have specific smiles. Thank you so much for the support. Oh, a bit more. Thank you. That you guys, that really means a lot to me. Honestly, the more that you guys respond and actually get something out of the way, like I lay things out, this is just how my head works. So when you guys respond in a positive fashion to like this helps you guys see the bigger picture and all the chaos and confusion and stuff, it really makes me happy because I'm not losing my mind, first of all. But this is just like, I'm like, wait, but this was said, but this was said. And then as we're talking, I'm like, but wait, this was said, and then this, and then this. And sometimes you catch yourself like, you know, we had initially thought he said he wasn't speeding, but no, he did say pedal to the metal, you know, same thing like that. But C Bonbon, thank you so much. I appreciate that. And welcome. Music City, thank you so much. Okay, now here's my mission for all of you guys, because it is Thanksgiving week. I am probably going to do some content Monday and Tuesday. We'll probably bake Wednesday and Thursday. Oh, sometimes my memory does fail me, Misty. I will be honest. Sometimes I'm like, ugh. Sometimes it's also a curse to have a memory like this because it's really frustrating. I am, for those of you that came in late, I am working on a pre-recorded video breakdown of the latest interview. I will not be posting that before Thanksgiving though, just because I have a lot going on and I don't want to post that. You know, this is at the end of the day, no matter how we feel about any of these people, these are parents of a missing child and they're spending Thanksgiving as many other families without their loved one. And there's no rush. Unfortunately, the misinformation just continues to escalate and cycle around. So I will be posting it later, but I'm going to do a pre-recorded because I just want to point out the changes in the stories and take the emotion out of it because I still don't believe that he is involved in any of the disappearance of his child. I highly believe that law enforcement is doing everything they can and the parents' stories have been vetted and they've been cooperative. That's where I lay. I can't get beyond thinking like they've got to know something more. Revival, thank you so much. But I don't even know what I was saying. Oh, the next 2 days, I think we will do some content, you guys. There are so many people. So Rich, aka Wilson, is doing stuff. Shay's Safe Place is, I don't even know. That character is wild. Nick's World or whatever. She changed her name to Cognizance and Crime. She's been acting a fool. Smiley's World, Lolly, CJ's Crime Concept. So many people. We have an upcoming with Steve again. Like, there's just so many people, and they're not slowing down at all. Julie. Oh, actually, let me wrap you guys up with Julie, because I'm going to hold on to Julie's ass for a little bit, because she has just been too much what she's doing. I'm going to show you this that she made, because she just makes me absolutely furious. Hold on. Let me show you guys this one before we leave. I was stunned when I saw it. I was like, what are you people doing? Like, why do this to somebody? Why? I just don't understand it. I never will. I'm glad I don't. Let me show you guys the screen. Music City Mom, did I thank you? If I didn't, thank you so much for the support. Thank you all. Okay, we're going to end on this one. This is Julie. For those of you guys that don't know, she's got a big TikTok following and has moved her way to YouTube. She's quite the interesting one. But the title of this video is LE, Charge CP and KP for Child Abuse of Sebastian Rogers Now.
Yesterday marked 8 months Sebastian Rogers, an autistic child, has been missing. What did Katie Proudfoot, Sebastian's mother, and her husband Chris do yesterday to find Sebastian? Probably the same thing.
And these are her older TikTok videos that she is bringing to YouTube and dropping over here for content.
They've been doing for the last 8 months, which is not looking for Sebastian. As much as Chris and Katie want people to stop talking about Sebastian, it's not happening. There's a website called Autism Memorial. It remembers people with autism who have lost their lives due to others. Pay very close attention to the following if you check out that site. See how many stories there are where prior to the person with autism losing their life, they were subjected to the following things. 1, neglect and SA. Horrifyingly, we know Sebastian, an autistic child, a child with disabilities, was neglected due to lack of supervision when he was around 7 or 8 years old and not supervised.
That's complete bullshit. Complete bullshit. Just so everybody is aware, this is complete bullshit. And I remind you what she's about to say. Katie is the one who reported this incident when they were in California to CPS. There's no indication that he was ever neglected whatsoever. Yeah. This woman has lost her ever-loving fucking mind.
With an older child, 13 years old, who cruelly SA'd him in the apartment.
And that is, again, misinformation. We have no indication that the child was that age at any rate whatsoever. In fact,
Apartment where Sebastian lived with Katie and Chris. If you've read articles about Katie Proudfoot's family, you know that her family includes multiple registered S offenders.
And you are a sick fucking bitch for this.
Including her own mother and a stepfather. And
look at the smirk on her face as she speaks about this. And how is that her fault? Kids don't get to pick their parents. This is Julie. Yep, this is Julie.
And more. Katie neglected her parental responsibility in allowing Sebastian, a vulnerable, defenseless autistic child, to be around a registered S offender.
Nope, sure didn't. There is zero proof whatsoever. And Tony's misinformation and lies about contact between Katie's mother and Sebastian were just that, lies.
From her family. What kind of mother does that? The second thing to pay attention to from that site, look at how many cases of the autistic people who prior to them losing their life were either neglected or abused through the denial of food.
We have no indication that Sebastian was ever denied food whatsoever. He was also correct. He was not diagnosed with autism until October of 2023. He had a 6q27 chromosomal deletion syndrome, but he was not diagnosed with autism until October of 2023. But we have no proof whatsoever, and there's been no claims, even from Seth, that there was ever food withheld from Sebastian. In fact, Katie has been mocked about talking about snacks for Sebastian. And she thinks Sebastian looked malnourished when Seth openly discussed he was growing. He grew about 2 inches. His feet were growing.
Sick person being denied access to food, being denied food, making a child earn food. We know, according to the missing poster, Sebastian Rogers, at 15 years old, 5'5", 120 pounds, is underweight. And yet, Katie and Chris complain about him sneaking into the kitchen for food. In my opinion, there's a reason Chris Proudfoot got so upset for Sebastian not having a belt on. I mean, really, is it such a big deal? It is a big deal if a child has drastically lost weight and their pants are falling off them. A belt.
I hope this woman gets exactly the karma she deserves for this shit. Truly.
Would be necessary to keep them up. The third thing to pay attention to from those stories on the site is how many cases there are where prior to the autistic person losing their life, suspicion.
I complain about my girls getting into the kitchen because you know what they go for? The sweets. Because they're sugar addicts. And they would go crazy if unsupervised.
Of abuse and neglect was reported to Child Protective Services, reports by neighbors who notice things, reports by teachers who notice things, self-reporting by
neighbors that are completely fabricated. Like the neighbor that said he was sprayed with the pressure hose, that fake person.
The child, meaning the child told others about the abuse. All of that is the case with Sebastian Rogers. And all of the times where abuse.
And no, that's not all the truth with Sebastian Rogers. But you see what she's doing here, right? And you see why I'm so bothered by this and will continue to call Julie out for every fucking thing she does.
Abuse and neglect were suspected. It was by Chris and Katie Proudfoot in their home. I'm talking to you directly. If you ever see this video, I'm sorry for what you had to endure. I'm sorry the Child Protective Services did not protect you. None of it was your fault, and you did not deserve any of it. Last thing on Autism Memorial website for law enforcement or prosecutors to look at. All the stories where an autistic child still missing is then presumed deceased and the parties responsible were still held accountable, prosecuted, and convicted to law enforcement to look at on the site.
Look at what she's doing here. Holy shit.
Look at the multiple cases and the fact that
I told you these people are trying to somehow imply that there's enough for circumstance. Oh my God.
Law enforcement and prosecutors were able to bring charges against parents and step-parents. Law enforcement and prosecutors in Sumner County, Tennessee. You have all the evidence necessary to make a case right.
And half of the things that she's got listed are not even factual.
Now, for the child abuse of Sebastian Rogers by his mother, Katie Proudfoot, and Chris Proudfoot. You have the witnesses. You have the CPS reports. You have the self-reporting by Sebastian. You have information about the neglect by letting people who are RSOs around Sebastian Rogers.
Which is not true.
Neglect by lack of supervision, which resulted in him being SA'd.
Which is, again, not true.
At 7 or 8 years old. And you can get hundreds of physicians in your area alone to testify that Sebastian Rogers, at 5'5" and 120 pounds,
is a growing teenager, according to his own father. And we listened to that today.
Teenage male was underweight. And on top of that, we have the words of the parents talking about him having to sneak food. Why are you waiting to prosecute Chris and Katie Proudfoot for child abuse of Sebastian Rogers?
Because there's no proof. That would be why. She might be one of the worst, in my opinion. This is absolute insanity. See the narratives that she's painting, and you see where these people are getting their information from. Somebody brand new to this case comes in and thinks that all of that is factual information. Yeah, Nurse Lima, can we take them back? Because let me just say, I have been pulling the one by one as they've been going, some of them, and they are so much worse. Yeah, that could be too, Jen. I didn't even think about that. Yep. We have no idea. She is not a doctor. She's not an expert either. She's got no classification. She wrote a book, but that's it. All right, y'all. She absolutely, Megan, she absolutely does. And I'm going to just keep pushing and highlighting and highlighting and highlighting what she's doing because, Whitmore, I watched some of her TikTok. I'm telling you, I had to shut it off. I had to shut it off. Oh, absolutely. Whispers. Seth and those guys were talking about how he was such a growing child. She belongs with Reverend Donna. Hold on. Kenzie needs me for 1 minute and then we'll leave. All right, y'all. I can't handle any more of this. I am tapped. Absolutely tapped out. These people are terrible. I don't know what else to say. Like, I don't even know what to do. I feel helpless. We can't. They're just amping up. Amping up. I know, casual art. That's how I feel too. This one especially triggers me because the way she uses her being an autism parent really bothers me. As you guys know, I have never used my girls in this situation like that. There's things that I can like understand and things like that, you know, or make sense to me because I experienced similar things, but all of any person on the spectrum is completely different. All of our experiences are individual to us. There are things that we're going to be able to relate to, but we have no indication of any of this stuff. And to watch how boldly they use that, and she knows nothing besides her own experience, which it's something else. Something else. So, yeah, Jen, she absolutely is. Oh, Kim, she says she's sensitive and she's reactive as hell. Okay, I think you would tell her a little bit more than to shut the fuck up. He's waiting for Tuesday for Steve to come back around because that's his. Thank you, Lynn. That's, you know, Kyle really is. Steve got Kyle somewhere. There's just there's something about that. So, all right, you guys have a great night. I'll play you out with my full intro. I've got the full song, so it's like a 3-minute song, and then I will cut you guys out. Don't mind the like second half of it. It's not edited. It's just a cow with sunglasses on. So I'll fix it. Thank you all for joining me once again and being here for this entire time. I appreciate you guys so much. Have a great rest of your night, and I will probably see you sometime tomorrow. Stay safe out there and get some rest. Do something for yourself, even if it's hiding with a box of Oreos in a closet and crying for 10 minutes. Do something. Bye, y'all.
Who's a bad girl now? Who's a bad girl now? Who's a bad girl now? I'm such a bad, bad girl. I speak my mind and I don't care. I live my life like a millionaire. I'm loaded and I control it. A girl like me will take you on. Just be aware. I get what I want. I'll tell you. I'm no angel. I didn't wanna be daddy's girl. I played the part for too long. I never wanted to be that way. I just wanna have fun. Who's a bad girl now? I'm such a bad, bad girl. Who's a bad girl now? I'm such a bad, bad girl. Who's a bad girl now?